Hello, everybody, and welcome to Deadline Day live here on the Deck Network. I'm Callum. I'm joined by Sam. Sam, hello.
Good evening, everyone. How are we all?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting live stream. We're here for the next 4 hours. Me and Sam are keeping you covered until about 9:30, and then after that, we will be with some other people who will keep you covered until the deadline day as well. So looking forward to seeing how this one goes. It's the Deck's first live stream, which we were told about 30 seconds before we went live. So, Sam, no pressure, but we're here to talk about deadline day. We'll get to some of the transfers that have happened today so far in a minute, but let's just get your thoughts on the transfer window as a whole. I think it's not been great. I don't think this transfer window. I feel like that might be a bit of an unpopular opinion, but I don't think it's been great personally.
No, I would tend to agree. There's nothing that's ever you've gone other than Kylian Mbappe going from Madrid, which everyone knew about 13 months ago that was happening. We've not had anything that's gone, oh, that's a real shocking signing. You could say the one that probably came out of the most blue was Chiesa to Liverpool, off the top of
Yeah.
my head, as a big signing. But like Crystal Palace losing certain players and then replacing them with players who, if you play a lot of FC24 and games like that, will know who they've replaced them with and know they're like for like replacements. So, yeah, I wouldn't say anything's been shocking this transfer window so far.
It just feels like, I mean, I'm not going to mention names, but I'll because they do quite help us. Sometimes they're quite useful when doing our job as well. But a certain Italian man, I feel like that kind of like just diminishes the excitement of transfers now because everyone knows about them ages before they're going to happen. And I'm not going to turn this into a Fabrizio Romano rant, but yeah, it might just be that, but I feel like it kind of takes all the surprise and the whatever out of transfers. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, it does a little bit. I suppose obviously, like a lot of people, they've got a job to do, so it's a little bit annoying that, like, especially for the bigger transfers in the top leagues, we don't get them surprises anymore. Everything is just announced. In lower leagues, obviously, with our two clubs, we get very few hints of what, unless they're coming on loan from a Premier League club, we don't know that they're coming. And that surprise is still really nice. It'd be quite cool if maybe Sky Sports News put reporters outside the lower league grounds instead of the Premier League ones for a change.
Yeah.
Because they don't cover anything in the lower leagues, these news channels. It's like they just don't exist, which is slightly annoying, but which is why we're here.
Well, yeah, we're here to represent the unrepresented, I suppose. Right. Let's go then. Let's have a look at some of the business that has happened today. Some of the big ones in the Premier League. Oral Mangala has joined Everton on loan from Lyon. Aaron Ramsdale. This is probably the biggest one. I think one of the bigger ones from today. He's joined Southampton for £80 million plus add-on. And Sam Johnson, who'd have thought we'd be talking about Sam Johnson as one of the biggest deadline day signings? That probably says the caliber of the transfer window so far. But Sam Johnson, Crystal Palace to Wolves. What transfers have caught your eyes today?
I wouldn't say there's been many that have gone through that I've gone wow at the moment. Usually clubs don't tend to announce these ones until 11 p.m. when everyone's gone to bed. It's a bit like last year. 11 p.m. hits and they'll go, oh, we've done the paperwork, so we're going to announce him now. And you get the occasional one that slips forward to tomorrow morning as well. But I quite like, I'm going to be controversial. I don't rate Aaron Ramsdale that highly. I really don't. No,
Okay,
unless if for a club like Southampton, he's perfect. I think if he is constantly peppered in goal, he's fine. But you stick him at a club like Arsenal, where he has very little to do, I don't think that's him at all.
Yeah. Well, I think he's a great goalkeeper. I've always had a lot of I don't know. I've kind of been in his corner, I think, with this David Reyes stuff. I think obviously every goalkeeper's got a mistake in him, but I think he's a competent goalkeeper. Let's put it this way: he's better than I could be, and obviously Arsenal in him to give him a what's it called? Give him a transfer there in the first place. Just say yes, Jamie, ex Doncaster Rovers, Sam Johnston, Jamie, who hosts the League One Lowdown with us here on the deck. Jack saying, "Let's go, boys!" Indeed, right. Let's have a look. I mean, we have to start with our two clubs. We'll get to the wider clubs, but Sam, Orient have just made a sign-in. Plenty of other deadline days signings that have gone on so far, but your club have made a sign-in in the last 6 minutes. I think it was announced. Your thoughts on that one?
I'm happy with the left back, shall we say, on loan from Oxford United, but that does mean we now have 6 players on loan, and I'm all for using the loan market effectively. But, and this is where I'm going to get a little bit wound up, we now have 2 very good goalkeepers, both on loan. We have a contracted goalkeeper who's okay and a very good backup. Yes, our first goalkeeper, who's on loan from Middlesbrough, has made a couple of mistakes and cost us some points. So I believe we can have a word with Middlesbrough, maybe do a little recall for him and he can go back to St Mirren or something like that. But we've then gone and loaned another goalkeeper from Spurs, Josh Keeley, who was at Barnet last year. And you can only have 5 loanees in your matchday squad. So are we looking at it that we're going to use 2 on goalkeepers and one of the loanees in Perkins? Testing my brain here. Perkins, Donnelly, Curry now, who's on loan, are going to miss out on the matchday squad. So I would suspect that...
But you have to have at least one, don't you? There has to always be at least... I think it's only 5 registered, 5 loan players, isn't there, in a matchday squad?
Yes, so 5 in a matchday squad. So one of them's going to have to miss out unless Hemming is going back to Middlesbrough. To me, this loan signing makes 0 sense at all. Because Howes can step in. You can take Hemming out of the spotlight for 2 or 3 games and put Howes in, and then take him out and put Hemming back in. To have 2 goalkeepers capable of being your number one, both on loan, to me makes no sense at all. No sense. It's just a waste of a loan spot.
We've had Nathan saying that you think Orient will get one more.
Well,
do you think you need one more?
Yes.
Obviously, we're at that period where it's loan signings, or we're going to see very few permanents. I think with one very notable what's it called? One one notable
obsession.
Not obsession. Different. We'll get one very obvious exception to the rule. There we go. Exception. One very obvious exception, but we'll get to Birmingham in a minute because I think both of us are very, I think jealous is the word, but then also there is a point to our rambles sometimes when we think they're going hard, but we'll have to wait and see. But do you think Orient need one more, and who could that player be?
We need We need some experience somewhere. Or every single player I think we've signed, bar one, is like under the age of 22. Hemming, I think, is 23, but has only played in England for Blythe Spartans. Perkins is 21. Curry's 22. I think Jay Yassimi is the only player over the age of 25 that we've signed. There needs to be some experience, preferably on the right-hand side, because we've got 2 injuries, one long-term and one's coming back from a long-term injury. So, and Richie Wellens has gone on and stated he wants an experienced right-winger. He said this morning in his pre-match he wanted 3 in. He's got 2. Annoyingly, one is got another goalkeeper. I quite like the signing of Jack Curry. In my opinion, we needed a left-back. It might be getting Josh Onoma. Problem with that, he hasn't played for a year and his injury record is shocking. That would concern me if we got him, to be honest.
Interesting. We'll probably talk more about our own teams in a bit, just in terms of Lincoln. Obviously, they've signed Saxon. Is it Early? I think
Saxon Early, yeah.
Saxon Early. So a decent signing. You never want your loan players to be cover. I really don't think you want your loan players to be cover. But in terms of that, looks like a decent player. But we'll have to wait and see. I think we'll probably try and stick with Duffy and Hackett in the first team, but we'll we'll have to wait and see. We'll go through the confirmed deadline day signs then in a minute. Obviously, hello Aaron, hello Nathan, hello Ollie as well. All leaving messages. Let us know where you're watching and who you think your team needs to sign in the final few hours of the window. Right, let's go through the transfers so far, bit by bit. Scott Wright from Rangers to Birmingham, again, undisclosed fee, that one. Mo Fall has joined Wrexham in a deal believed to be about $500,000. Gatlin O'Donkor has joined Bristol on loan from Oxford. Seydou Khan has joined Tranmere on loan. Jaden Luca has joined Grimsby on loan from Luton. And this one I'm going to absolutely butcher. Is it Balath's Tooth has joined Blackburn on loan from, is it Ferrava FC? Who knows? Any of those stand out to you? Mo Fall and Scott Wright probably for you, Sam, standing out.
Yeah, Mo Fall had a loan spell at, I believe it was Doncaster last season. Yeah, two, I think. Like, he had a spell at Doncaster for 6 months and then went on loan to Walsall for the second half of the season. Played in a variety of different positions. He's not, I don't think, the paciest striker, and I think that's what Wrexham needed. They needed another sort of Paul Mullin on the shoulder type striker, considering they've got Ollie Palmer, Jack Marriott, to name a few. But adding more firepower is probably never a bad thing at this level. We know Wrexham, even by Wrexham standards, haven't got the fundage of some clubs in this division, who I'm sure we'll get onto a bit later. But I think they bid £500,000 for Will Keane, who went and signed a new contract. Preston a couple of days later. So there is the money there, but I think what Wrexham have done is pretty smart this summer. Dan Scarr is the one that stands out for me at the centre half from Plymouth Argyle. So I think Wrexham could be pretty happy with their transfer window, and Aaron does agree with me.
Yeah, Aaron's saying, watching from Indiana, USA. It's incredible, isn't it? Looking at that, looking at how is it welcome to Wrexham as done. Who'd have thought that someone from Indiana, USA, unless there's some like family connection there, that's incredible.
Turns out he's Ryan Reynolds' godson.
But that would be incredible, and if that is the case, can I meet your godfather? He's a great guy. But no, it would be interesting to see. Jamie saying solid striker, but unproven in League One. Can't see him being first choice at Wrexham, but looks good in places for Donny. Sometimes though, it's nice to have that unproven striker. I mean, for all argument's sake. As much as it pains me to talk about him because he might be going to a rival team. Joe Taylor was unproven last year in League One, and then he ended up being the second coming of Jesus for Lincoln City last year. So, and obviously sometimes you just need that depth. But let's get on to some more transfers that have happened throughout the day. Please feel free to drop your opinion on some of these deals in the comments. We had Daniel Jebison. He's moved to Watford on loan from Bournemouth. Luke McNally has moved to Bristol City from Burnley on an undisclosed. Danny Butterworth to Swindon on an undisclosed. So Ao Tanaka has moved to Leeds on an undisclosed. Czech Diabate has moved to Bradford on loan from Exeter. Jensen Metcalf has moved to Chesterfield on loan from Everton. This one I'll probably talk about in a bit. Carl Rushworth has moved to Hull on loan from Brighton. And Daniel Barden has moved on loan to Swindon from Norwich City. For me, the pick of them that I think is great to talk about is Carl Rushworth to Hull City. Genuinely, I think that's a great deal for Hull. I mean, we saw him at Swansea City last year. I mean, I saw him at Lincoln as well. Aaron saying, "I wish he was my godfather." Incredible. Everyone will mock the Wrexham documentary. I love it. I think it's great.
I think it's really good.
I think it's great for football. I mean, we've seen how much football has struggled in the USA. Really, that I mean, it's going to be very difficult to overtake baseball and whatnot. But anyway, that's a topic for another time when it's not deadline day. We'll probably use that as a discussion for the League One Lowdown podcast, which I think is available on all good streaming platforms as well. But yeah, Carl Rushworth to Hull. We saw him at Swansea. We've seen him at Lincoln. I think he's genuinely a Premier League potential goalkeeper. I think this has to be his last season at this level. if he's ever going to reach that potential. The issue is when you join a team, or when you're part of an academy like Brighton, it's so hard to get that break from Championship football to Premier League. It's so hard when you're a lone player. Like we see it very, very rarely. And Brighton aren't the team. They're not like a consistent top half team yet. You're not always going to pencil them in for Europe, so you can't see them loaning him out to like a Forest or a newly promoted side, can you? So I think it's an interesting move for Carl Rushworth. He'll be wanting to establish his reputation as a Premier League goalkeeper soon, because I think he's purely got that potential based off what I saw at Lincoln. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Sam?
I was extremely surprised to see him go back down to the Championship, because there was a lot of rumoured interest that Ipswich were looking at him, especially early in the window before they signed Muric, who we'll get on. I'm going to quickly say I don't rate him either. I think they should, if they held on a little bit, because they had Christian Walton, who for a couple of games would have been absolutely fine, even though he failed to make a league appearance, I believe, last season in the Championship for him. To get having the right goalkeeper, especially as a newly promoted club, is imperative. It gives confidence to the back line, and Carl Rushworth's good with his feet, which is the way Ipswich want to play. He's a really good shot stopper. And like you say, I think he just needs to find his feet. He's now at the age where he needs to be playing consistently and just needs more of a permanent club, I think, now. And I agree, this has to be his last loan spell before he either has to break into that Brighton team and replace Verbruggen, but that's unlikely because he's now a Dutch national goalkeeper, or make a move somewhere and make his name a club that would probably stand out to me, somewhere like a Crystal Palace. I know they've got Dean Henderson, but there's no reason why Carl Rushworth can't be better than Dean Henderson. But that's just kind of a club level that I think he should go to.
We'll quickly smash through some of these other transfers that have happened before getting to some of the deals that we could see before the end of the deal, bit by bit. Not many in this batch, really, to talk about. Kylian Kouassi has gone to Salford on loan from Blackpool. Anis Ben Slimane, again, apologies for these pronunciations. Sheffield United to Norwich on loan. George Hall, Birmingham to Walsall on loan. All of these are loans, except if mentioned. Amario Cozier Dewberry has gone to Blackburn on loan from Brighton. Brandon Cover to Port Vale on loan from Leicester City. Kyle Hudlin to Newport on loan from Huddersfield. Josh Coburn, a big name here, has gone to Millwall on loan from Middlesbrough. Will Swan has joined Crawley for an undisclosed fee from Mansfield. An interesting choice there, one promoted team for another. And then Miles Pert Harris has joined Swansea on loan from Brentford. Any of those stand out to you, Sam?
I'm going to pick on the Crawley one because Crawley they had a pretty tricky summer, haven't they, shall we say, for poor old Crawley. But the job, Scott Lindsay and his recruitment staff, again, they seem to have found players which people wouldn't necessarily think are that level. I'm going to use Josh Flint as an example. I'd never heard of him, ever. And you go through his stats, you just need to look at his transfer market value, which was excessively high. And then their starts of the season where they won 2 games to quickly gel a team together. I think that Crawley Town recruitment again has gone under the radar. So Will Swan again's not proven at League One level, but I think Crawley Town's recruitment staff have given themselves some leeway, shall we say, with some of the signings they've made this summer.
Have they taken the Brighton approach with the data that we see with? I think do we call it the FM24 approach of this player's stats look good, or sign him straight up?
Well, this geezer's got 16 pace by.
Brilliant stuff. Some of the other transfers, Josh Keeley has joined Leyton Orient on loan, as we quickly mentioned earlier. That's from Tottenham. Ken Abo has joined Stevenage on loan from Norwich. Mikey Johnson to West Brom for an undisclosed fee from Celtic. Billy Krellin has joined Accrington on loan from Everton. Again, I'll just say all of them are loans, except if I say they're not. Cian Harrett has joined Fleetwood from Huddersfield. Ian Bowatt has joined Portsmouth from Fulham for an undisclosed fee. We get far too many undisclosed fees.
Yeah, I don't like
for
that.
my sake. Haji Minoga has joined Salford for free from Portsmouth. Sonny Al-Jafri has joined Accrington on loan from Manchester United. Chris Popov has joined Barrow from Leicester. And Luca Ashby-Hammond has joined Gillingham on loan from Fulham. Any of those stand out to you as well?
Not overly. No, I'm not going to lie. But a comment from a Charlton fan saying they need an experienced goalkeeper.
Yeah, do you agree with that?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? When you've gone and started the way Charlton have, 3 games, 0 conceded. I think Will Mannion's been their number one so far this season. Will Mannion's a goalkeeper who I think came from Cambridge, but didn't really set the world on fire. He had a lot of potential on Football Manager back in the day because I always used to sign him. I can see why they think they need an experienced goalkeeper. I think with a manager like Nathan Jones, though, his teams are so hardworking and so organised, you might be able to get away with it. Because I think Mannion's a decent shot stopper. I think his communication and command of his area needs a bit of work, but I think his shot stopping ability is fine for a team that is well organised and doesn't seem to makes very few mistakes in a Charlton team. I know they've got Miles Leyburn back now from injury. I still personally think Charlton needed another striker to go along with Godden, Ahadme and Leyburn, to be honest.
Brilliant stuff. Right, let's get through some more. Again, all loans unless said otherwise. Jeremy Sarmiento has joined Burnley on loan from Brighton. Ben Thompson, Bromley. Josh Thomas, Bromley from Stevenage and Swansea, respectively. Casey Palmer, big one. Coventry to Hull for an undisclosed fee. Josh Bowler has joined Preston on loan from Nottingham Forest. Harrison Biggins has joined Carlisle on loan from Shrewsbury. We'll talk about that in a minute. Kane Thompson Summers has joined MK Dons from Halifax for an undisclosed fee. Jasper Moon has joined Harrogate from Burton on loan. Alex Gilead has joined Shrewsbury for free from Bradford. And as we mentioned earlier, Saxon Early Lincoln from Plymouth on loan. Any of them stand out for you? We'll go to Harrison Biggins.
I don't. What a signing by Shrewsbury Town it was. They pick him up from Doncaster on a 2-year contract and realise after 3 games he's not good enough. And it's like, we've just signed a load of replacements basically to replace you, and now he's gone out on loan back to League 2. I mean, that is some excellent work by the director of football at Shrewsbury Town Football Club. He should give himself a pat on the back. Excellent work.
I don't want to say they're looking like they're going down, but they've not had a great start to the year. And when your transfer dealings are already looking like that, it doesn't look great, does it, personally?
The only signing that I think that Shrewsbury Town have made that I quite like is Taylor Perry. An all-round midfielder. I quite like that one. But other than that, nothing really excites me about Shrewsbury, unfortunately. Lovely area, but their signings in a budget that got reduced from last season when they struggled to do anything last year in terms of scoring goals. It was always going to be made difficult because I think Paul Hurst is actually quite a decent manager, to be honest. And I don't think the signing of Alex Gilead returning to Shrewsbury is going to change much, to be honest. I don't think he's League One level anymore. So sorry, Shrewsbury. That's...
Lovely place, but your football club's apparently not very good at the moment. And then as far as I can tell, at least that on the list that I've got in front of me, we'll get to some of the rumoured ones in a bit. But as far as I can tell, these are the latest confirmed ones. Josh Laurent has joined Burnley from Stoke for an undisclosed fee. Harrison Ashby has joined QPR on loan from Newcastle. Ashby is a place near where I was born. I wonder where Harrison's from. Dan and Lunderloo, we'll talk about this one, has joined Cambridge on loan from Bolton. I think that's a decent signing for them. Shamal George has joined Wickham for an undisclosed fee from Livingston. Frankie Okoronkwo Someone said have fun pronouncing that, but I think I've bossed that. Has joined Salford on loan from Everton. And then the final one that I can see at 7:30 that was announced is Jack Curry has joined Leyton Orient on loan from Oxford. Other than Mr. Tikka Masala, Sam, have you got one that you think stands out to you?
Well, I'm going to talk about Sarmiento to Burnley because I think Burnley's transfer window has been incredibly strange. Started the season with people like Erdebert all still there. Trafford was still there, and you think, bloody hell, that squad's going to tear apart the Championship. And we're talking 2 weeks later, and 3/4 of them are all gone. And then they put a team out in the Carabao Cup with a bench, and you look at it and it's like, oh, that looks a bit weak. And instead they've obviously signed Josh Laurent, who has been around the Championship for a number of years. Is he a promotion-winning midfielder? Probably not. He's probably there for a bit of squad depth. Sarmiento, I quite rate Sarmiento. He's had numerous lame spells away now from Brighton. So he is another one, a bit like Rushworth, needs to find a permanent home somewhere to get consistent football. Because I think technically he's a really gifted footballer. But he just needs consistent game time. I suspect Burnley's business isn't going to be done yet. I still expect James Trafford to leave at some point.
Chris clearly agrees with you there, yeah.
Yeah, they've lost Zarauri this week as well. So they've just lost all their flair players. Koleosho was rumoured to be leaving. I haven't seen anything on that in the past couple of days, though. So Koleosho is a player who gets you off your seat. I can't think of many players nowadays that get you off their seat because they're like Jack Grealish used to be like that. He gets the ball and he runs at defenders and gets you off your seat, gets you excited. But he's turned into a not a boring player, but a bit not machined, but machine's the word I'm going to use. In terms of he's not as direct. Where Koleosho gets the ball and his first thought is to run at the fullback, and then players get you off your seat. And I don't think there's enough players like that nowadays.
No. Right. Let's have a look at some of the ones rumoured at the minute. The big one, I think, is Brentford looking to sell Ivan Toney to Saudi Arabia. One, that would probably be the end of his England career, you'd imagine. And two, it feels like, I don't know. I think I've seen somewhere say that it's a disappointment. It's a disappointing transfer. I tend to agree.
Yeah. I'm surprised Ivan Toney hasn't gone to a club like Arsenal or Manchester United.
Yeah.
Arsenal I know Havertz's record is actually quite good. I think in 14 games he's got 9 goals as a striker, which is unbelievably good. But he's a proven goal scorer. If you stuck him in that Arsenal team, I'm adamant he'd get you 25 goals this season. And in a game which is 0-0, I personally don't rate Gabriel Jesus that highly. I really don't. I don't see what he brings. He's always injured as well, and availability is super, super key in a squad that, to be honest, Arsenal squad isn't that big. It's not the biggest squad. So I think Ivan Toney been perfect for Arsenal. And Manchester United, obviously, Højlund is still growing as a player and injured.
He's also injured.
Xerxes is not a natural number 9. I class him as a second striker, false 9 type. So he kind of plays where Bruno sort of plays. And if you stick Toney in that United team, he'd again probably score you 20 goals. And United haven't had a striker like that off the top of my head since someone like a Van Persie. They've had so many strikers since. I could be wrong. Martial obviously was meant to be that man, but his legs kept falling off. And they just go through players like there's no tomorrow, Man United. So I think Ivan Toney for 40 million for Ivan Toney? I think that's a steal, to be honest. It's a shame he's going to Saudi. It is a shame because that, like you say, his England career is now over. And he's going to be kind of put out all the spotlight now as well, isn't he? I suppose. Maybe he'll be allowed to bet freely in Saudi. I don't know what the rules are over there.
It sounds like we've got plenty of people watching across all platforms. Let us know in the comments who you think the signing is for your club. The signing of the summer is for your club, and maybe just the signing of the summer in general. Chris saying the fact that he called Toney to Saudi Arabia months ago. He doesn't rate Jesus, but doesn't think Toney fits our system. The smallest squad at 22. That's quite that's quite dangerous, isn't it? If your squad size is 22, especially in the Premier League, that sounds like it's very. If that is, I mean, I'm not sure off the top of my head, but that sounds very, very small for a.
I think
for a club,
Arsenal are quite lucky. I think Arsenal's quite lucky that their injury record over recent years is quite good. Other than Jesus, I can't think of a player that has been out for a long, like over a couple of months, off the top of my head. Because their midfielders, Rice's availability is second to none. Jorginho comes in occasionally. Saliba and Gabriel play near enough every week, and then they added Calafiori to that. Raya's availability is always available. Ben White's always available. The only position they've really struggled is left back, but then Timber's now come back from injury.
Well, I know he got injured again for a little bit, but
yeah. So now, other than Timber last year, but they covered that with Kiwior, Zinchenko, so that's okay. They did need a left back, and it seems Calafiori is going to be that man to step into. I can't believe we've come to a day where it's Tony Pulis ball. We've got 4 centre halves, ditch fullbacks. We're playing 4 centre halves across the back line. Like Tony Pulis somewhere is sitting there thinking, I thought of this 10 years ago, and everyone criticised me for it.
Aaron saying Wrexham's signing of the summer is George Dobson. Without a doubt, he's class. Do you agree with that, Sam?
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, he went to Hungary, didn't he? Never played a minute, and came back. I think it was to personal reasons, I believe. Experience at League One level, is a leader on the pitch. I do agree with that. I prefer Dan Scarr personally, but George Dobson is, you could argue, make a case for either of them.
Now, the big one that we're seeing on the bottom of the screen, Sam, we've kind of teased it. We've kind of teased it at the minute, but Jay Stansfield to Birmingham City reportedly for 10 million. We should say this isn't confirmed, but if that is the case, Sam, your thoughts on that?
I mean, 10 million is just ridiculous for League One. And I know there's a lot of criticism about Birmingham and how they're going to fail PSR. But they won't fail PSR because their revenue is one of the highest in League One and probably beating half of the Championship sides. Their PSR is so unbelievably high because they've got some naming right on their stadium, which is super high. Feel free to. I think we're all just a bit jealous, aren't we?
I think so.
Of what they've spent. They've obviously spent.
I think at this point with Birmingham, I think the building probably one of the best squads the league's seen in a number of years, and like we're talking 10 million in that division. And I seen somebody put today, Liverpool just spent, what was it, 11.5 in the end for Chiesa? So it's only $1.5 million away, and that's in League One. The money is just getting really inflated, isn't it? Really, in football now.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit out of control, isn't it? But I think that price is obviously going to be inflated just a little bit because, number one, it's going to be, there's nothing to say in 3 years' time, Birmingham are in the same league as Fulham. I think Stanfield's got the potential to be a Premier League striker, in my opinion. Yeah. And I suppose if you think about who Birmingham have sold this summer, they've sold Jordan James, they've sold Miyoshi, they've sold Dembele, they lost Hogan and someone else who was on a lot of wages so they have their wage bill, to be honest, is probably the same as it was last year, but they've just got more cash available because they've sold people like Jordan James. So I think the criticism for Birmingham spending money is a little bit out of jealousy, but spending 10 million in League One is unheard of. Even when you had clubs like Ipswich and when Leeds are in this level, they never ever spent that kind of money. But
yeah, just to cut across, you've probably seen it on the bottom now. The first bit of big breaking news probably this evening is that Scott McTominay has finally made his move to Napoli. Now, this one to me is a bit of a surprise because I don't think Scott McTominay is the most blessed footballer, if I'm being honest. But I think every time he puts on a Manchester United shirt, he does a job for him in a certain aspect. And yeah. I think if you're a Manchester United fan, I think there'll be more Manchester United fans that are sad at this deal than won't be. Would you agree, Sam?
Yeah, I think for all of Scott McTominay's flaws, I think he's utilised incorrectly. He's not a holding midfielder. McTominay's not a holding midfielder. He is a It's called a box crashing number 8, I call them. A bit like what Conor Gallagher was to the end of last season. He's someone that arrives late in the box and scores goals. He's proved it for Scotland that he, to be honest, he's a natural midfield goal scorer. But United didn't use him properly. And I actually think he'll be quite good for Napoli and in a Conte sort of system. I actually think he'll thrive there. So I think that obviously frees up Ugarte to join Manchester United now.
Yes.
So it's not exactly a bad replacement. I suppose Ugarte is fairly similar to Casemiro in terms of his ball-winning abilities, but he's a bit more mobile and can actually run.
I think it's a shame. I mean, being someone who was kind of raised a Man United fan, it's a bit of a shame. I think I love Scott McTominay. He really reminded me of just like that player who you could always rely on. He was always the old reliable, and I think he did a great job. And I really think we're gonna miss him. I speak like we as if I'm what's it called? Or like I'm part of Man United. Well, I was raised a United fan, so I feel like I still have an affinity for them. Yeah, I feel like it's just, I don't know. I'm a bit meh about it. We'll have a talk about some of the other rumors that are and are not floating about anymore. The big one that was about throughout the final few days of the transfer window was Marc Guehi, that he won't be joining. He won't be joining Newcastle, as was rumored. Is that a loss for Newcastle or a win for Crystal Palace? Which one is it more of?
I think to me it's equally both. Like, I think Guehi everyone knew that Marc Guehi was a good, very, very good Premier League defender before the Euros. But for me, his performances in that England backline, when we thought the absences going into that tournament, that's where England would come unstuck. But really, if you think about it, I think we were better at times defensively than we were more fluid going forward, and that's probably because of Marc Guehi. So I think that tournament enabled him to have like a bit of a breakout summer, and but I think for a Palace point of view, you're managing to keep a hold of your captain now, obviously with Joachim Andersen leaving earlier in the window. So I think you've got to be happy with that. From a Newcastle point of view, with obviously all the stuff going on with like PSR and stuff like that, you will be disappointed, I guess. But I wouldn't be surprised if that deal kind of reared its head again in January, maybe.
Possibly. I think for Newcastle, I think the biggest concern they've got is, number one, do they desperately need a replacement for the next 4 years at centre-half? I personally don't think so. You've got Sven Botman coming back in January from a long-term injury. The only reason you probably signed Guehi is to replace Fabian Schär now. But if you wait another year, you could probably get Guehi for the same price in a year's time. You've just got to delay it. I think Newcastle have enough centre-backs to get by for this year, personally. And they've got Lloyd Kelly, who they got on a free transfer from Bournemouth as well, who can play centre-half. For Palace, obviously they've kept Guehi and they've signed Lacroix and they signed Chadi Riyad as well from Real Betis. So defensively, Palace look pretty set now. They've got Munoz at right wing back with Mitchell at left wing back, so that's a solid. They've got Kamada, who's kind of their Elise replacement. They've got Mateta, who they've made into a goal-scoring machine. As a starting 11, I really like Crystal Palace's team. And I found it such a shame when Elise left, and then there was rumours that Eze was going. I was like, oh, please don't amputate this team, because towards the end of last season, they were so entertaining to watch. And thankfully, Eze's still there. And they've obviously not started the season the best, shall we say, Crystal Palace, but hopefully they can get back to sort of that exciting, defensively solid football that we are accustomed to at the end of last season.
Yeah, I agree. Just a couple of things that you're noticing on the bottom here is the word is now that Chelsea are officially out of the race for Ivan Toney. So that means, in my opinion anyway, that means that the Saudi deal is getting closer and closer. And like you said before, obviously that is to probably the neutral. That is disappointing, I guess.
I find it interesting. Like you'd think, like, do Premier League clubs not rate Ivan Toney at £40 million?
Yeah,
like, what would you rate him at? Because to me, when you see that, especially with Saudi money, I almost feel like you have to add an extra 50% on for Saudi Arabia. So I almost think, like, do Premier League clubs not think he's worth about 30 million quid or something like that? Because, I mean, to Man United, okay, 30 million quid is 30 million quid, but that just seems like a great deal for a striker who will stay fit. Okay, he only played half a season last year.
Mhm.
I think that's I do I'm more upset that no Premier League club came in for him than I am the fact that he's going to. I mean, we don't know all the behind the scenes deal. Obviously, Chelsea are out the race, but as far as I'm aware, to my knowledge, didn't make a proper bid. But I don't. It does seem weird. I really don't get it. But anyway, some of the other deals that could happen. Jadon Sancho linked with a move to Chelsea, because if you want to get rid of players, apparently it's either Chelsea or Saudi Arabia you sell them to. Victor Osimhen has also been heavily linked with a move to both Chelsea and to Saudi Arabia. It seems like they're both going to Al Ali, I think, for both of them. And the big one as well that's been confusing a lot of people, I really don't get this one. Raheem Sterling to Arsenal. You're seeing it along the bottom of your screen now. Sam and Aaron, we'll start with you, Sam. Why can you think of? Oh, do you know what? We'll pose this as kind of like a for and against. Sam, you think of all the reasons why Arsenal would want to sign Raheem Sterling, and then Aaron, I'll give you the easy task of all the reasons why Arsenal wouldn't want to sign.
Aaron's got the easier task here. Why would you sign Raheem Sterling? Proven Premier League goal scorer in a Manchester City team, a title winner.
3 years ago.
Title winner, so experience towards the back end of the season. In the way Arsenal play, in terms of low crosses into the box, Sterling is extremely good at arriving into the box around the back post. So that would suit Sterling.
He's not very good at passing the ball at the back.
No, he can't do that.
I mean, all I think of with Sterling is that famous Twitter clip, isn't it? It's pass to Sterling.
Yeah,
Sterling, pass the ball.
The one thing that blows my mind with Raheem, he's still not 30 yet. It feels like he's been around for like 12, 13 years. Like, it's crazy.
He's been around too long. Gosh.
Yeah, I think this just, to me, and it really surprises me, because when I think of Arteta and especially Edu and Arteta's like transfer dealings and strategy over the last like 3 seasons, they've been very strategic with it. You can see it like that, you can see sort of like the plan with the signings, whereas this one now screams to me, well, we need some attackers. Let's go out and make the biggest panic buy you've ever seen, and let's get Raheem Sterling in. So I don't really understand it. The thing is, I don't really know where he comes in, because you've got Martinelli, you've got Saki, you've got Leandro Trossard, who is a superb option off the bench. How many times does Trossard come in and score goals for Arsenal off the bench? So where does he fit in? I mean, there's rumoured talks that Reece Nelson could be on his way out of Arsenal tonight at some point, with a little bit of interest here and there. So maybe there's a slight little gap opening up there, but I don't understand it. I just think it's a panic buy.
Just some transfer news in the Championship that has come in. Austin Trusty, I think do you pronounce it as Austin or Auston? Who knows? Trusty has joined Celtic on a 5-year deal from Sheffield United. It says loan on the bottom of your screen. I'm reading off the club website here. It says a 5-year deal of the American international defender. So some transfer news there in the Championship. Thank you to the 2,000 people or so listening, I believe. Let us know your comments and again, your signings of the summer, what you think your club needs to do. Less than 3 hours to go, so still plenty to come. Go on, Aaron.
Shall we drop it back to League One just for a second and talk about probably one of the bigger
comfort zone? My comfort zone, yeah.
one of the bigger rumoured deals in this division to be completed tonight in Davies Killadun, leaving Mansfield and going to Barnsley. Now, this, for me, obviously, he's always got a place in my heart because for those that don't know, I'm an Oldham Athletic fan, and he came to us 3 seasons ago and lit the place alight, and then got his deal from Mansfield off the back of that. But he's been at Mansfield and he's been literally the creator and the provider really during his time at Mansfield. So I think this is a major loss for the Stags. But for Barnsley, it's your perfect player really. I think he can do everything, and I'm really happy for him on a personal level. But I just wondered what you boys thought of that, especially selling to a team in the same division. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Really.
I think there'll be 2 teams competing for completely different things this season.
Yeah.
Mansfield
But
will
I
probably be
think
fighting for
it's
survival.
more of a loss for Mansfield, I think, than a gain for Barnsley. Wouldn't you say, Sam?
That's a good question. I think they're both extreme. For Mansfield, they're getting quite a large sum of money, but they're losing their best player. All their creativity, goals. For Barnsley, they did need someone who offered that. They've got, Cosgrove and Waters as their 2 strikers. I don't believe they've signed anyone today. They've been rumoured with absolutely everyone. They were rumoured with Mo Fowl, they're rumoured with Niall Ennis, and they were rumoured with some Swedish fella, and I haven't seen any of them come off yet. So I think it's a lot of money, 750 grand. I know Barnsley haven't invested a lot of the 14 million they've got in recent years from sales. But Killadun is a player I've admired for a couple of years now, and I've always wanted us to put our hand in our pocket and pay for it. But obviously 750 grand is something we're never going to be able to afford. So it's an excellent signing for Barnsley. I think that could be a sort of sign. That, to me, that is the signing that gets you into the top 6 with a player like him. I rate him so highly. He's never had, I don't think, a chance at a club where he can prove his talent at League One. That's no disrespect to Mansfield, but Mansfield are unlikely to have a lot of possession in League One. They're probably expected to do a lot more defending, where if he can go to a team like Barnsley, who dominate a lot more of the ball, you'll see his qualities shine through. So I really like it. It'll be my personal favourite non-Orient signing of the summer.
So Jack's saying he doesn't see where Sterling improves Arsenal, and that Trusty is an unbelievable sale for Sheffield United. Bloke was awful last year. It's always good when you can get someone off your back.
I've just seen
go on then.
I've just seen on Twitter that the king of League One Twitter, Darren McAntony himself, I think he's playing with the Peterborough fans a little bit because somebody tweeted him and said, "Can I go to sleep now?" And he's put, "Maybe take a nap." So a nap, not asleep. Does that indicate that they've got more moves coming in?
Yeah, I believe, and I saw earlier, it's Katongo who was on loan there last season.
Right. Okay.
So that could potentially be the deal they're going to get over the line. I think the thing is with Peterborough, regardless of who they buy, they're always going to turn out to be a good player. I can't remember the last failed big signing that Peterborough had. Critchlow Noble is one that springs to mind last year.
Tashmanga maybe a little bit.
Tishmanga you could say, but he wasn't. Tishmanga wasn't kind of the age profile that Peterborough tend to go for. I thought he was a bit of an out there signing. There has been some transfer news in the Premier League, just as we are discussing this. 1 minute ago, Frank Onyeka has left Brentford to go on loan to Augsburg for the season, which is a surprising one, because I thought he would break into the Brentford team consistently. I didn't think he was that bad. So I suspect someone's coming in at Brentford for that to happen.
We should also say there is football going on right now. Luton Town are at home to Queen's Park Rangers. This leaves me nicely onto the thing that I'm very happy to talk about. I didn't think I would be, but given who's on the bench for a certain Luton Town, I'm quite happy to talk about it right now.
I know where this is going.
Luton Town are currently 0-0 against Queen's Park Rangers. And I don't care about who's playing for either.
No, they're not.
Because on the bench is a certain Mr. Joseph Taylor. Now, he has been heavily linked with both. I think he was linked with a lot of teams. and then eventually it came down to either Lincoln and Huddersfield. And as the transfer window came on, and Lincoln were linked with other players, it kind of seemed like he would be going to Huddersfield. And he's currently on the bench for Luton, which I would imagine, unless something mental happens in the next 2.5 hours, puts to bed rumours of him going to Huddersfield.
You hope until 11 o'clock tonight when Huddersfield make a bid at 10:30 that's accepted.
Yeah, he
Now,
goes straight from the bench in his tracksuit to Huddersfield.
Yes,
I would be very, very happy if he. Well, I don't want to say I'd be very happy to see him stay at Luton, because if I'm honest, I'd rather he be at Lincoln. But the saga of Joe Taylor just seems to have, I don't want to say died out like a damp squid. A damp squib, is that the phrase?
I
Like
think
a bit
it is.
of a damp squib. But he doesn't seem to have signed for any player, so no player has the cheat code of Joe Taylor this season, Sam. It's kind of the disappointing saga of transfers.
Yeah, just as you said, it was 0-0. Luton have taken the lead.
Luton
for an own
scored.
goal. Literally, as you said that, 2 seconds
Oh,
later,
great.
the tweet come up.
Oh,
saying they've taken
brilliant!
the lead.
Thank you.
Yes, it's the signing that we all expected to happen, isn't it, this summer? We expected Joe Taylor to go to Lincoln City, or he was going to Huddersfield. Both sides at the time needed a number 9. I think Huddersfield still do need number 9 after Kean Harrott and Kyle Hudlin have both left the club today. So something I think will happen at Huddersfield.
And something was going down yesterday. We saw him
Yes.
at King's Cross Station. I saw quite a lot of tweets, people trying to predict what train he was getting on. I even saw someone plan out, so if he gets to King's Cross at this time, then he can get the train from X. He can get the train to York at this time, or to Leeds at this time, which means he can get picked up and driven to Huddersfield and this one. Everyone was trying to piece together his movements, and then it came out, I think it was in the late afternoon or whatnot, that he'd been recalled to Luton. So they'd almost had a change of heart halfway through the negotiation, that they still needed him. And obviously Luton, I'd be very surprised if either of these two sides make a signing, with it being with them being at thingy. So yeah. Apparently, they're recording from the conversation because they were unsure if they could get a replacement at Luton. So very interesting. It does seem like it's a bit of a shame that he's not going to be playing what looks like regular football, but we'll have to wait and see. Just on this big signing that we're expecting in League One at some point of Jay Stansfield. Apparently, Philip Buckingham has tweeted that they're willing to pay £10 million for Jay Stansfield if the revenue lines are roughly the similar. This is according to Philip Buckingham at PJ Buckingham on X, I believe. It's the equivalent of Man United spending £300 million on a player. And that's after all the other signings that Birmingham have done this season, right?
I'm going to get this up because I know we all go on about Birmingham spending lots of money, which they have, and obviously James Stanford will be a record signing by $6 million over Birmingham's other signing of the centre half they got from Austria. So I want to look at this because there's a lot of criticism about Birmingham, and I think a lot of it's so Birmingham this summer, according to Transfer Market, have made £12 million. They've made £5 million in terms of income. I can't see that Jordan James being £5 million, but apparently it is. So we'll go with that. They've lost Marc Roberts off the wage bill, Sunic, Ruddy, Etheridge, Pritchard, Dembele, Bakuna, Hogan, all off the wage bill. So that's a hell of a lot of wages. Miyoshi transfer, we don't know how much it is yet. Same with Pritchard. And Dembele is about £1 million. So all in all, they've probably made, let's say, £9 million this summer. If Stansfield's 10, they'd have spent 26, which is still a £15 million net spend, which is huge. But if you look at their revenue streams in League One, they've got a really good naming rights for their stadium. They've got 26,000 people in St Andrews every week. Their merchandise sales would be through the roof. But then, their squad's just going to be like a super team for League One, isn't it? You've got Mark Leonard, who in my opinion is one of the best midfielders in League One. You've got Alfie May, who is the best number 9 in League One. You add that to Lyndon Dykes. You've got Alex Cochran. You got two goalkeepers who arguably would get into any League One team in Ryan Alsop and Bailey Peacock Farrell. It's just a bit of a super team. And then they've loaned in Ben Davies from Rangers, who was playing Championship football and I don't think he ever made an appearance for Liverpool, but got signed by Liverpool. So it's just a League One super squad.
But then I will put it in and just say it does seem a bit weird that they've got an unproven manager at this level as well, right?
It does.
To me, that just seem very. They've got like the dream team, but do they have the dream manager to?
I think we'll know that when it gets to crunch time in the middle of the season. Let's say match week 20 around Christmas when there's lots of games. We know Birmingham squad's massive. Does he have the ability when teams have worked out how to play his plan A? Can he have a plan B? Can he have a plan C? He's got the players to have a plan A, B, C, and D with Dykes, Jutkovic, May, Tyler Roberts. He's got plan A, B, and C and D in his squad, but can he adapt? So instead of this possession style out of the back, which they got caught on against us, can they be a bit more direct, which they should be able to with the players they've got, but can they adapt to teams? Can the manager play different systems? Can he form different partnerships? That's where he'll be tested. But I think with the squad, I don't think it matters who you're going to have in charge for Birmingham. I think my dog could get them promoted with that squad.
What I'm going to do, so you've got like an hour left of your shift, I believe, so I'm going to go backstage and find out some more deals, and then because I'll be back around if needed, but I'm going to pop backstage now, yeah?
Okay.
Brilliant stuff.
Perfect.
Brilliant stuff. So Chris O'Brien saying a potential loan deal for Kellyman from Chelsea that could drive up costs even more if true. It just seems, I don't want to say unfair, but like I feel we'll get a lot of crap for this. And Birmingham fans, if there are any of you listening, feel free to give us your opinion on this as well. But I really don't get why you're annoyed that if you don't you should be walking the league. Like I'm sorry, you should be walking the league with how much you've spent. And if you don't walk the league, and I mean the league, I don't just mean getting automatic promotion. I mean the league. Like your season is a failure if you're not winning the league. You can say that it's a strong opinion and whatnot, but
it's probably true.
I think it's just
they've arguably got the best.
If they don't win, yeah,
they've got arguably the best League One squad in history. Probably better than the Ipswich team that got 100 points. But better than the Plymouth, definitely better than the Plymouth team that got 100 points. Better than the Sheffield Wednesday team that got 90 odd points. It's better than the Wolves team that got promoted with Sacco, was it Bukayo, Sacco, Dicko, and someone else who I can't remember. They had the song for him. But that's Birmingham squad is arguably better than what they had last year in the Championship as well.
It just seems like I'm sorry, and I stand by it. Like I'm not. I keep saying I'm sorry. I'm not even sorry. If you do not win the league this year, you cannot tell me that your season has been a success.
They should win the league. I do agree.
It's ridiculous how much money you've spent for League One anyway. Like I'm aware you've got. Like we all expected Wrexham to be the ones to come in and splash the cash and whatnot, and of course we all knew that Birmingham had money, but it just seems a bit weird, I think. But
Derby County are announcing a signing, and I'm rather intrigued who it is because they put the great wait is over.
Oh, here we go. Do you know what?
Derby. We'll see them next year.
There are two things that have really annoyed me this year. Is one, incredibly bad teasers. Like some of them are shocking. And the other thing that's really annoyed me is that what's it called? Like the late announcement of signings. Like who is announcing a transfer signing at like 10, 11 o'clock at night? I want to go to sleep. I will happily admit that I would rather go to sleep than see my club announce a signing.
I
don't
don't know if you've seen what's just gone in our chat, but according to Darren McAntony, Birmingham bid for Kwame Poco, Hector Cipriano, Ronnie Edwards, and Harrison Burrows.
Bloody hell.
Can you imagine that Birmingham team if they got Ronnie Edwards and Harrison Burrows? You may as well just give them wave the white flag before you even start playing them if they had that squad. But then again, the only thing I'll say about when teams go to Birmingham, and they can jump on me for this because they make fun of people when they say you're in for a shock and stuff like that. Teams will try harder against Birmingham.
Yeah.
We should have got a point against Birmingham. And I'm adamant of that. And I said this on our podcast last week. I am adamant we should have got a point. And if we had a goalkeeper that could pass the bloody ball out from the back, we would have got a point. We should have got a point. So while they're still gelling, they're vulnerable.
Yeah, 100%. It's a bit like Burton that we've been talking about. Should say it's half past the hour, which means we're probably about to get a few flurries of transfers, as tends to be the case. Grimsby Town have just announced the return of Justin Abikwu. I think that's how you pronounce it, on loan from Coventry until the end of the season. He was there for 4 months on loan last year, 10 starts and scoring 3 times. So that seems like a good deal for them.
Todd Cantwell's gone to Blackburn Rovers.
That's
which was a deal we expected
signing,
to happen.
Yeah.
He's just got to sort his attitude out because he's technically a very good footballer. Mason Holgate is signed for Sheffield Wednesday. Now, Mason Holgate's a footballer who's not a footballer. He's a criminal. I have never seen a man so uncomfortable on the ball in my life.
Is he stealing a living?
Oh, yeah, he is. I don't even want to answer. I don't really rate Mason Holgate. He's he loves a tackle, which I really like, but his tackles are all mistimed, and it's usually him kneeing someone in the end. So, yeah, I don't rate Mason Holgate. He might be good for Sheffield Wednesday. Danny Rowe is an excellent manager, but I don't rate Mason Holgate.
Nat Phillips has joined Derby on loan. That was the deal that you were waiting to hear from. That's a great. I mean, he's got Premier League experience, hasn't he? He's played in the Prem on and off, I think, but he's played 29 times for the first team. I've just seen, and it's Derby's 10th signing of the season. You mentioned briefly that you were quite worried that we'd see them next year in League One.
Yeah.
Has that changed your mind with Nat Phillips?
No, there's so much negative. If you go through Derby, I still follow a lot of Derby accounts from last year, and there's a lot of negativity, shall we say, around the way they play and the results they're getting aren't exactly pulling up trees, which is expected.
They're out of the relegation zone. They're out of the relegation zone at this point.
Paul Warne is not a manager that is renowned for keeping clubs in League One, the Championship. He's renowned for getting clubs out of League One and not keeping them in the Championship. So yeah, we'll wait and see with that one. Derby desperately needed a centre back. They desperately need a goalkeeper as well. So I suspect that is not the last bit of business we'll see Derby doing.
We've got a Manchester United fan in there. 18-year-old me is very happy. Sam, you're a Leyton Orient fan, as you can see in the scarf in the background. I'm a Lincoln fan as well. But Manchester United, we'll quickly mention their transfer business. A few young players in. I feel like it's been quite a quiet transfer window, but a few players in there that I'm very happy to have in. I think if I was a Man United fan, which I am, in spirit as well, thanks to the family. Yes, I'm not from Manchester. Yes, my family supported them. Don't bully me. Sam, your breaking news. Go on.
Breaking news from Fabrizio Romano. Raheem Sterling and Arsenal have agreed terms on a move, and negotiations between the clubs are still ongoing.
Do you know what we were talking this? We'll get back to Manchester United in a minute, but I'm really not sure. I don't get this. Like, unless he knows he's going to be a substitute player, because obviously he's still got pace, I suppose. But unless he knows he's going to be a substitute player, I mean, that's better than he'll be at Chelsea, I suppose.
And playing with the youth team, I've got another weird signing for you. Billy Gilmore is going Napoli. So he's joining
Is
his
that
Scottish
confirmed? I
teammate.
know because that
Yeah,
was very
Romano's
much.
Here We
Oh,
Go by Fabrizio.
has he ruined my day again? We'll get on. I will have a talk about him because I really he just spoils it. Let me enjoy it.
So they're going to have the
yeah.
Scottish contingent in midfield.
Cads should score a few for the Imps this year. Let's hope so. We talked about Joe Taylor earlier. I think as a Lincoln fan, I would have taken Taylor over Cadamartri, but a lot of Lincoln City fans seem happy with Cadamartri, so we'll have to think. Sam, I'll let you do some research on this one from West Brom.
Let's
But
have a
first
look.
on Billy Gilmore, just whilst you're having a look at who West Brom, you remind yourself. I think it's an interesting one. Obviously, they wanted injury cover for Matt O'Reilly, but it looks like he's still going to go anyway. Obviously, Matt O'Reilly signed for Brighton and then got injured pretty much straight away, which is not great. But I mean, if you're Billy Gilmore, I'm not going to lie, having a club like Napoli interested in you is great. You upgrade from Brighton and whatnot to play for a Champions League club in the land of great pizza and ice cream. I'm signing that deal straight away. So do you know what? I don't blame Billy Gilmore for wanting to move.
Nor do I. 13 million euros is actually quite cheap as well. I suppose that offsets a lot of the spending that Brighton have done this summer. And we'll get on to
Go on then, your
Brighton
thoughts on West Brom.
We'll start with the outs at West Brom. Thomas Asante left for Coventry and they replaced him. Josh Madger come back to fitness and they bought a direct replacement in Devante Cole. I don't rate Devante Cole at all. Joe Wildsmith was Golden Glove winner in League One last year. That's a good signing as a backup goalkeeper. Paddy McNair on loan. That's solid. Dobbin on loan from Villa. Needs a loan spell to prove himself, so that's decent. I don't know anything about some of these players. For Brotta and Hegem, one from Juventus and one from a Swedish club that I'm not even going to try and pronounce.
Go on, no, do it for the live. Do it for the live stream.
Broma Prachakana. There you go.
Good try.
Callum Stiles is a good signing from Barnsley, and Mikey Johnson, $3.5 million, their most expensive signing. I really like that signing from Celtic. They let go, obviously, Thomas Asante. Yakushlu, I really like Yakushlu, but I think his wages were a bit excessive, weren't they, for the championship level? So he's gone back to Turkey. Connor Townsend at 31 to get 600 grand for him. Yeah, gets him off the wage bill. Then losing Kipre, Chalobah. Didn't really set the world alight, did he? Matt Phillips, probably still on a Premier League wage. Adam Reach, only known for his worldies in 1 year. I think when he's at Sheffield Wednesday, has left the club as well. Eric Peters' contract. Martin Kelly was still there. Bloody hell. And names from the past. Eric Peters, bloody hell. They've got rid of... Basically, they've lowered the average age of the squad, which was highly needed, shall we say.
Yeah. I mean, it depends what you think a good season for West Brom is. I think a lot of these rebuilding years can quickly become wanting to be promoted years. So, obviously, currently fourth after 3 games, a win, a draw, and another win. 5 goals scored, 2 against. So yeah, it depends, I suppose, what you expect from your season. Like Lincoln City, I'd say we've had a decent transfer window. We brought in some experienced players in Deriqua and in McGrandles, but we've also brought in some youth. Now, do I expect Lincoln to get promoted this season? Probably not. Do I want us to battle for the playoffs? Would love it. Would love us to battle for the playoffs as well, which I think we will do. So I'd say Lincoln have had a great transfer window. The only thing I would say is I personally had swapped. I mean, I feel like it's quite harsh to judge because I've not seen him play. I would have put in Taylor for Cadamartri, but that's just me knowing what Taylor is and not knowing what Cadamartri can do. So that's just my opinion. So yeah, if you think West Brom needed to just lower the average age of the squad, and you've achieved that. If you think you needed that star quality to get into the Premier League for next season, it looks like you might be on track to do that, but whether your transfer business has done that, we'll have to see.
West Brom have an extremely good manager as well in Corberan. Extremely good. One, if not the best in the Championship in Corberan. So that kind of makes up for not having a squad that's 11 out of 11 best in the quality across the pitch, shall we say.
I should say nearly 2,500 viewers right now, which is it's great for the Deck's first ever live. If you're liking what you're listening to, then make sure you head over to Spotify or whatever streaming service you use for your podcasts. Search all of the podcasts that we do here. Me and Sam are always on the League One Lowdown. We've got as well fourth tier feeder as well, or something like that. Anyway, but all of them, search them. You can see obviously on our Twitter as well. Links are on there as well. Subscribe, get that notification, and listen. We always do preview and review podcasts, at least personally speaking, for League One Lowdown, and then occasionally the odd live stream as well. So more to come from the Deck. But we'll go to the Premier League. Sam, you saw a few moments ago that the Man United signings. I saw we had a Man United fan in the comments a few moments ago. What do you make of that? I particularly like the signing of Mazraoui. I think that's quite decent. Xerxes looks pretty decent, but De Ligt for me, for how much we paid for him, I genuinely think if he obviously the big caveat, and I feel like Man United always tend to sign, like you see on FM, injury prone.
Yeah.
There's always a plaster next to a Man United signing, it feels like. It feels like we sign glass sculptures of the players that they are. But what are your thoughts on Man United's deals so far?
It's been an unvery United transfer window to what we've been accustomed to with the new Ineos people. I don't think they've actually made a bad signing. They picked up Obi from Arsenal, who's got an incredible record at youth team. There seems to have been a twit. Ineos have obviously gone in and ripped up the play, but they've put a man in charge who knows what he's doing in Dan Ashworth.
Yeah.
Lenny Yoro is 18 years old. Yes, they spent a hell of a lot of money on him, but you're paying for, basically you're buying a player for probably 2 or 3 years' time. Matthias de Ligt, we know he was a world-class defender when he was at Ajax. Lost his way a little bit and still can be. Xerxes got potential, was exceptional for a Bologna last year who got into the Champions League. Sekou Kone, I'm not going to pretend that I know who that is. So
he's one for the future. I think he's only 18, isn't he? But he's one that always, he feels like one that always shows up on FM Wonderkid lists. So
Mazraoui can cover both left and right back, considering Luke Shaw's only got one working leg. And Ugarte,
obviously still to be done. Yeah,
still to be done, but a more mobile version of Casemiro. So exactly what United need. You could argue the only position that Manchester United desperately need, we've already mentioned Ivan Toney earlier in the stream. It's probably, if Jadon Sancho was to leave, it's probably another winger, to be honest.
Yeah.
I still think they're a little bit short because Anthony is just, I call him fidget spinner.
Yeah.
I call him fidget because I don't see what he does. He gets the ball, spins around with it, and then loses it. So that's my nickname for Anthony.
You see on the bottom there all the Twitters for you to follow. Make sure you head over there. All the links to what we do on podcasts as well. Feel free to whack notification bells up for them. We'll go league by league then, Sam. This will test your knowledge. As you see, as we see at the bottom, James Ward-Prowse completed a Nottingham Forest medical. He's obviously hoping he will move to Forest from the Iron. West Ham United, I think that'll be a decent deal.
Mm-hmm.
He's not really a first choice player for them anymore. What I will say is if you do put, not that we condone or encourage betting here at the Deck, but if you do have Nottingham Forest on your accumulator each week, I'd probably put in a set piece bet for them once or twice a season.
Can't defend set pieces, that's for sure.
They can't defend them, but at least they might score a few this year. But league by league, we'll start with the Premier League. Which team do you think has had the best
window
summer, the best window?
Ooh. That's a very good question. I'd give you 3. I'll give you my top 3. I think in no particular order because it makes my life easier. Ipswich.
I think I've seen a lot of people doubt them, but I genuinely think, and there's rumours that is it Brower or Broja.
Yeah. I don't rate Broja, but
depends how British you want to be. But he was great. Was it Southampton that 1 year? I think he's great. I think he could genuinely be a decent signing for them.
Second, Brighton.
Yeah,
they always do good recruitment. I really like the signing of Minter, who they seem to get because Newcastle didn't want to fail PSR, and he looks really good. Ferdy, the Turkish left back, we watched him at the Euros, exceptional going forward. Matt O'Reilly, we know his quality from Celtic. Jorginho Rutter was probably the second most standout player in the Championship after Sisrentico Somerville. And then after Ipswich and Brighton, I've gone for West Ham.
Yeah,
I don't highly rate the manager they've put in place. Didn't do an amazing job at Wolves, but the signings West Ham have made, they've overspent on Max Kilman, but you pay the English tax, I think, on somebody like that.
100%.
Somerville is, once he gets up to speed, will be exciting. Fulkrug is a West Ham fan's dream. I've been to West Ham a number of times, and
seems like a player who gets it.
Yeah, he's a traditional number 9 who's in the box. Ball comes into him and he heads it. They love
it's
that.
Very important a club like West Ham, which is I feel like West Ham is more of I don't like, again, this is purely just talking about the vibe that you get from them, but they're more like they just want a player who gets it. I mean,
yeah,
that's what's important. We see the relationship that some players get, and I feel like Fulkrug might blossom into that. One of the leagues that I feel like I know the least about the transfer, in the Championship, we've seen West Brom fan there. I think they've had a good season. One team that I think has had a decent signing, Stoke. A decent summer. I genuinely think Stoke. I mean, it might just be the scoreline they had in midweek. I think was it 5-0 that beat Middlesbrough, but I think that was a great deal. I mean, looking at the table at the minute, Sunderland, they seem to have gone about their business very, very tidily, especially with that manager that they bought in.
Yeah, I think the problem for Sunderland now they've got is they lost Jack Clark as of last week.
Yes,
and to my knowledge, they haven't replaced him yet. And if they're going to replace him, I quite like the signing of Alan Brown. But other than that, they've not really done any business of note, shall we say, Sunderland.
Well, their best manager might be the best signing might be Regis Labrie, the manager. So sometimes that's all you need. Yeah, looking at the table, I don't pretend to know a huge amount about Championship football. I just watch it because it's entertaining sometimes. But Cardiff and Millwall, they seem to not be doing very well at the minute. Two sides that you'd associate both of them with being top half teams.
Not Millwall.
Well, no, Millwall. I did watch a video that predicted Millwall to be in the automatic promotion spots this year, which might have just been the definition of coming up with a crap opinion for views and engagement, which I don't do, to be fair. Sometimes I just go off vibes. Luke saying Sheffield United, they've done some good business.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it all.
That seemed like perhaps a good point, but we'll have to wait and see.
They've not spent a lot of money, but I didn't think they could. They obviously bought Harrison Burrows, who was excellent in League One last year. Michael Cooper's an excellent Championship goalkeeper. Kiefer Moore's an excellent Championship striker. And then it's all frees and loans.
Yeah.
Obviously
with the wage, you can probably afford a higher quality of free play, I suppose.
Yeah.
But
if you want an under the radar summer, Oxford United.
Yeah. Do you think they've done enough to survive the drop this year?
Yeah. If you go through, I'll go through all of Oxford. Peter Kioso, experienced champ. He may not be Championship standard, but experienced at Championship standard. Jack Curry joined them from Wimbledon, who's now obviously coming to Orient. El Mazzuni was, in my opinion, maybe a little bit biased, one of the best holding midfielders in League One last year, behind Arahan. I think you
good answer. Yeah. Great answer.
Louis Sibley, again, has played in the Championship before. Placetta's played at the Championship before. Jamie Cummings, a good Championship goalkeeper. The experience of Matt Phillips. The experience of Will Vaulks. Sariki Dembele's exciting winger if you get him going. And then Malcolm Ibui from Crystal Palace, another exciting winger. And I know that because of Football Manager. And they've not really lost anyone that makes you think, oh, they've got considerably weaker either. So I think Oxford United have had an extremely under the radar summer.
Moving into to League One then, briefly, Luke saying that they've done enough to survive, definitely, but that will be mid-table side that can get a result. It'd be interesting to see if Oxford can stay up, because a lot of I don't particularly like them, because they
I don't like them, but
they were quite gloated when they beat us. Well, when they beat us to that final playoff spot. So not a huge Oxford fan at the moment. But anyway, moving into to League One, I think for me, other than, I mean, if you're looking at the quality of player that sides have brought, quality of people that have been bought in, obviously you're looking at Birmingham. I mean, they've undoubtedly bought in the best quality of player, but that's because they've spent too much money. Stockport stand out for me again. I think they've done incredibly well.
I think Stockport, in my opinion, have had the best. Forget Birmingham; they don't count. Stockport have had the best window in League One. They've recruited exceptionally well. Fiorini came in from Manchester City. He's obviously injured. The problem they've got at the moment is a load of injuries, so we've not actually seen all these new players together. Lewis Bate, exceptional for League One level. Ollie Norwood, how the hell they have managed to persuade Ollie Norwood, who made, I think, 27 Premier League appearances last year, to drop to League One. Excellent signing. Callum Connolly, League One experience. Sam Hughes had loads of potential when he was at Leicester, came from Burn, League One experience. Jayden Fevrier, I really wanted us to get him, an explosive right winger, really talented. Corey Adai, one of the best goalkeepers in League Two last year, and he's 6'8". He's absolutely mahoosive. Jay Mingy from Colchester United, solid. Teo Adaramola from Palace, he obviously got booted by Lewis Travis in a pre-season friendly. But again, a good left back. Louis Barry, obviously, he's had his own goal of the season competition in the first opening games of League One with a chip and a volley. And we know what he brings. Michael Mellon scored goals for fun for Morecambe, has just come back from injury. And I still don't think we've seen the best of Stockport yet, and they've won all 3 games.
We'll have to wait and see. Just a shout, because I think we both know this league better than any other, just because of the League One Lowdown. But is there a side that sticks out for you that haven't had a good season? I mean, we've seen that Jake Young looking at joining Stevenage, and Riamel, I think that's how you say it, Donovan reportedly joining Burton Albion. Again, those both not confirmed, but we'll let you know when they come through. Okay. We'll let you know when they come through. Go on, Sam. Is there anyone that sticks out? For me, Shrewsbury, but Shrewsbury have had a very weak one, I think, personally.
Yeah, I'd say Shrewsbury. The cop-out is Reading, isn't it? But that's understandable because their owner's a twat. At the moment, I would say Barnsley before their 2 latest loan signings. I don't think anyone's had a shocking window, to be honest. Probably the weakest one, but I would have said Cambridge. But I really like the signing of Kel Watts, Corey Smith, and Shane Lavery. There's a couple at every single club that you quite like, other than Shrewsbury, to be honest.
Brilliant stuff.
On paper, you say Crawley.
Yeah.
But you can't doubt their recruitment team at the moment.
No. Quickly into League Two, any side that you think has had a great one? On paper, I'd have said Colchester, purely because somehow they'd managed to afford to sign bloody Teddy Bishop. I don't know how they've pulled that one off, because he's League One quality at least. But Alex saying quietly Newport have had a brilliant transfer window. Maybe not the best, but top 5 for League Two. Any that stand out to you?
Will be Kieran at 9:30 when he comes on. I don't know. I honestly don't know anything about Newport's transfers. I would have said Doncaster at the start. If you asked me at the start of the season, Joe Sabara, Harry Clifton, Brandon Fleming,
chose not
Billy
to sign.
Sharp.
Was it Hakeem Delican that chose not to sign? Interesting.
Yeah, he's not gone back there. I can take the team that I think's had the weakest transfer in League Two. Accrington Stanley.
Okay. Any reason?
They've signed a lot of players who I don't think are any good.
No, fair enough.
That's just my honest opinion. Friend Rawson's okay for League Two level. Other than that, there's a lot of players from non-league. in there. Castillejo from on loan from Burnley might be okay. They signed Billy Krelling on loan from Everton today, but he's had so many loan spells away and has never fitted in anywhere. Port Vale obviously kept Darren Moore and were tipped by many to go up.
Ian saying that Port Vale have had the best transfer window in League Two. Luke saying Gillingham.
Gillingham have had a good window. Bradley Jack being obviously the standout there. Jack Nolan was a player I was really excited for when he was announcing he was leaving Accrington. I was like, we've got to get Jack Nolan, a goal-scoring winger. That never happened. Jacob Waitling as well has gone to Gillingham. Arguably, League Two teams have bloody better windows than most League One clubs here.
I think what you will say, what I will say is you cannot say that Gillingham have done anything good until they put a roof on that stand.
Scaffolding. MK Dons.
Right. What we'll quickly do then is we'll go through the transfers that have been confirmed since 7:30, and then at 9 o'clock we'll be joined by a member of the Deck Network, H, who will go through. He'll join us on the line and go through Plymouth Argyle's ins and outs. If you're a Plymouth Argyle, stay tuned for that. We'll probably have a rush of transfers as well in the next 4 minutes. A lot of teasers going out on social media, including Swindon, which makes a certain Ryan Whelan very happy. But the signings that have been confirmed since we came on at 7:30, these according to the list that I have in front of me, so these probably not a substantial list at all. At 7:30, then we had Frankie Okoronkwo as loan to Salford was confirmed from Everton. Jack Curry as well joining Leyton Orient from Oxford on loan. Roko Simic joining Cardiff for an undisclosed fee from Red Bull Salzburg. Delugo Offia has joined Blackpool on loan from Brighton. Caleb Taylor has joined Wickham on loan from West Brom. Lewis Shipley has joined Norwich on loan. Has joined Cheltenham on loan from Norwich, and Nat Phillips has joined Derby on loan from Liverpool. Justin Obikwu has joined Grimsby on loan from Coventry. Ruben Egan has joined Tranmere from a funny team called Unattached. I don't know if you've heard of them, Sam.
A lot of players at the moment unattached, I think. A lot of players looking for clubs.
Quite a few. Todd Cantwell has joined Blackburn for an undisclosed fee from Rangers. And one that I think we've missed has been Tom Cannon. He has joined Stoke from Leicester.
He's a weird one, isn't he?
Do you think? Go on.
Yeah, he's never set the world alight anywhere he's been. And is he what Stoke need? I don't think so. I don't highly rate him. I think as many people do. I think he's got quality, but has he had a fair chance to probably show it? Probably not.
Chris O'Brien. Is it Chris O'Brien or Chris O'Brien saying Caleb Taylor to Wickham, a fantastic sign of them. We often talk about Wickham as if they're just like a team that aren't doing much. They feel like quite a, what's it called, a very middling side in the league. Do you think that adds a bit of firepower?
I didn't hear that bit. I read something. There's a transfer going on. Ipswich Town, again. Close to an agreement to sign Reece Nelson on loan from Arsenal.
Deal. Your thoughts on that?
The only thing with Ipswich at the moment is I don't know if they're going down the Forest route. They're just signing everyone. Do they really need a Reece Nelson when you've got Hutchinson, Wes Burns, Ogbene that can all play on the right-hand side? Probably not. You've got Jack Clark, you've got Broadhead, and you've got one other that can play on the left-hand side. You've got Chaplin, and you've got George Hurst, you've got Liam Delap, you've got Sammy Schmodix that can all play in the 10 and the 9 positions. Do they really need another attacking player? I'd argue they'd probably need another centre-half. I think Calvin Phillips is an excellent signing, but I think they centre-half short.
Right, so hopefully we will be getting H on soon. But looking at the deals that are yet to happen, I think the big one that is yet to be confirmed is Ivan Toney. That one still not confirmed. Raheem Sterling looks like he might be joining Arsenal. That feels like one of the weird ones that might happen. Jay Stansfield from Fulham to Birmingham is the big League One. Looks like the big one I suppose, just in general, doesn't it? I feel It is
At the
very
moment,
weird
yeah.
in the EFL anyway.
There's always one transfer, though, that will happen about 10:30 that comes out absolutely nowhere. And things explode. There's always one, but I don't know if we're going to get that this time because it's been pretty quiet by deadline day standards, shall we say, I think, personally. I think if clubs are going to make more than one signing, they tend to announce it like between 12 and 4, don't they? And if they're going to announce one signing, they'll do it around now, and that's that.
Well, we saw with Lincoln, they announced the signing at 6 p.m. And then obviously, I think someone said on local media that that Jez had said that they'd, or I can't believe it was, I'm not sure if it was Jez or Liam, just said they'd packed up the office and closed turned off the lights and locked the door. We've got H on the line. Thanks for joining us. So obviously a Plymouth Argyle fan, an interesting manager at the minute, but just tell us a bit about how you think your transfer window's gone at the moment.
It's been quite intense, I gotta say. We've had one of our best players leave, one of our other best players going right up to the line, and only confirmed as not leaving about a couple of hours ago. But other than that, we've had a couple of we've had a fair few loans in, mostly loans. We've only bought a couple of players, and a few loans out. So I'll go quickly through the list. So we had outgoings. We had Michael Miller to Huddersfield, and then Tyreek Wright left us for Bradford on loan. Dan Scarr, who was one of our very solid players in our League One campaign, was sold to Wrexham. And also one of our Callum Burton, who was also very important to our League One campaign because Michael Cooper got injured. He has also gone to Wrexham, but I think he was released at the beginning of the window, so it wasn't so much a transaction, but it was still an important part of it. And then we've had, who else? Saxon Early's gone out on loan to Lincoln. And then we've had a few loans in. So Darko JB has come back. We had him last season as well. So his loan from Leeds has been renewed. Mohamed Tijani from Slavia Prague on loan. And we've got an option to buy on him. And then who's it? We've got Ibrahim Sissoko on loan from Toulouse for the whole season. Victor Palsson was a free transfer who's Icelandic. He's also worked with Wayne Rooney at DC United. Who else do we have? And then Cornel Schultz. He was one we bought. One of the few we bought from Keskimeti in Hungary. And then we got Michael Obafemi in on loan from Burnley. So that loan from Burnley had people very worried about Burnley's offer for Morgan Whittaker, but it has been confirmed that he is not actually going anywhere.
Well, that's a big signing, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the biggest bit of business I think Plymouth could have done this summer, keeping Morgan Whittaker, because there was going to be undoubted interest in someone like him.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam, as a neutral, and we'll get your opinion in a minute, H. Do you think? I mean, the big talk is that Wayne Rooney isn't a great manager, which isn't something I really want to talk about. Growing up seeing him as a Man United fan, but Sam, first, do you think they've done enough to survive the drop? I mean, they really struggled last year, only just staying up.
I don't think.
Bear in mind, we have a Plymouth.
Yeah.
Plymouth
I don't think they have got enough to stay up. Personally, but everything that is going to be good that comes out of Plymouth is going to go through one man, and it looks like they're going to keep him in Whittaker. He may single-handedly keep Rooney his job, Or if he gets a hamstring injury, he may single-handedly lose Rooney his job. But to be fair, Rooney will probably do that off his own accord anyway.
Yeah.
But it's a big job for Wayne Rooney, because if he fails, he won't get another championship job. He is going to have to go to League One, potentially even League Two, or he won't get another managerial job. But you're kind of paying for the name of Wayne Rooney. He failed at Derby, to be honest. He failed at Derby.
He succeeded at Derby, but all the talk is that was done due to his assistant manager at the time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Liam Rossino.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liam Rossini. And then he proved that, Liam Rossini, when he went and managed, I personally think, Hull, and did really well.
Yeah. He's a great
just missing out on the playoffs. He then went to America and failed miserably. And then he went to Birmingham, and that went really well. And now he's rocked up at Plymouth, and then he got smacked on the first game of the season by Sheffield Wednesday. So that was an excellent introduction to the fan base.
To be fair, we always do something weird against Wednesday. We've had so many bad games against Wednesday for no reason. I think that was just it's just a bit of fun. That doesn't count, that game.
I quite like the signing of Ogbeta from Swansea. I like that one. He was quite good at Bolton last year, so I quite like that one. Grimshaw is good with his feet.
Yes.
Ish.
Yeah, that's
ish. That's always promising.
It's a solid replacement in terms of value.
Sport.
For value, that's a solid replacement for Cooper. And then Ibrahim Sissoko is a player I only know because of FC24, and he got the Europa League road to the final car with 99 pace. So I know he's a pretty quick winger.
I mean, just before we lose you, H, do you think you've done enough to survive the drop? I mean, you're currently 20 seconds. You are currently in that drop zone, albeit Queen's Park Rangers play the game more because they're playing tonight. Obviously, only 2 points from your opening 3 games. Is it enough? You hope. That's never promising.
We have actually linked with Rami Al Haji.
Yeah.
Somewhere, which sounds like if we do get him over the line, I think he'd be good. He's going to help us a lot. But then we've also been linked with, well, there was Michael Baidu, but I think that got squashed. And then we've still been linked with Joe Gelhardt, who were linked with it in January. And then the very old one was Revel Morrison.
Rooney would probably manage to get the best out of him.
That genuinely wouldn't surprise me if that happened. At all. It wouldn't surprise me.
But yeah, I think losing Michael Cooper, I'd rather he stayed, but obviously if he's going to stay and not be happy, that's not good either. And we don't make any money off him. But now, the way that we've done it, we do actually get some money off him, and he gets the possibility of being promoted into the Premier League, which is good for him. He was linked with Palace, obviously, who are in the Premier League, but I guess he probably wouldn't have been number 1. And he probably wants to be number 1, which is fair enough. But I think Dan Grimshaw, I think everyone was very impressed with his game, the League Cup game against Watford. Despite the score, he did actually play very well. He didn't let it get him down, that he conceded quite early. He made plenty of decent saves over the rest of the game. So I think he's not obviously he's not as good as Cooper, but he's a good backup number 2 keeper for Connor Hazard.
That's a really unfortunate name, isn't it? Hazard. That's unfortunate. Go on, yes or no, will Plymouth survive the drop?
I want to say yes, we will, obviously.
You want to say yes, you will?
Obviously, I want
you
to
need
say yes.
to say...
I don't know. Who knows? Maybe someone else will implode horribly.
For Plymouth's sake, let's hope so. Brilliant stuff. Thank you for joining us, H. What we'll do now is we'll go through the confirmed signings, and we're joined by Aaron again for another 5-10 minutes.
One thing before you do. I know we've got a West Brom fan in here. Mason Holgate is now in talks with West Brom over a loan move, according to Peter O'Rourke.
Oh dear. Right, let's go through some confirmed signings now. Thank you, H, for joining us. Some confirmed signings since we were just having a chat. We know 9 p.m. tends to be quite a busy time. Neto has joined Arsenal on loan from Bournemouth. Obviously, we know Bournemouth have signed, is it Kepa, in the past few days, so that's an interesting signing. Tammy Abraham has been officially announced as an AC Milan player. From Roma. He'll wear the 90 shirt. Freddie Ladapo has left Ipswich by mutual consent. Giovanni Brown has joined Notts County on loan. We're expecting Manuel Ugarte to be announced soon as a Manchester United player. Donovan has been confirmed at Burton, and Stephen Humphreys, I believe that's Humphreys probably, has been moved to Barnsley as well.
It's quite clever from Barnsley because they put our new striker for Stephen Humphreys, and I think 99% of people know, if you're on Twitter, that Keylor Dunn looks like he's going there as well. So I suspect that one's going to be announced at about 10:59 and 59 seconds.
Just seen some reporting from Simon Stone saying that that Jay Stansfield deal, we're expecting it, but it's not dependent, but the chances will be incredibly increased should Lyon player Ernest Nuama join Fulham.
Yeah, that stalled last time I read.
That should be that's kind of like, I don't want to say that's the deciding thing, but we'll have to wait and see if that happened. Sam, are there any deals that are standing out to you at the moment?
It's not a overly exciting deadline day, is it? Oxford are about to announce a signing. They've just put, it's time for Big Ben on deadline day. So an Oxford player.
I'll be a tall
inbound.
Ben player.
The best part of deadline day is around 10:30, isn't it? So stay tuned on the deck. We'll be joined for some fresh hosts at fresh faces at 9:30. I believe we've got Kieran, Jake, and someone else from the Fourth Tier Fever. It's more of a Fourth Tier Fever vibe.
Jordan, Jake, and Kieran.
Yeah, more of a Fourth Tier Fever vibe for the second half.
Well, that's probably more exciting considering where all the deals have been happening so far. Let's have a look at the other transfers that have been confirmed. Pat Jones, Huddersfield, he's joined Exeter. As we said, Stephen Humphreys has joined Barnsley on a free from Wigan. So that's more wage off there's more off the wage for Wigan there. Ramel Donovan to Burton, George Cox to Swindon, Giovanni Brown at Notts County on loan from Bristol Rovers, and Rami Al-Hajj has joined Plymouth, as we were just discussing with H there, from Adents. Aaron, any of them stand out?
Hello again.
You? Hello.
You know what? I think what Sam just said about the next hour being very, very. I think the pace is going to pick up now. I think we'll start seeing stuff flying off. I think it's interesting. Obviously, I know Ramsdale's just gone from Arsenal today, but I think Neto's a very interesting signing because I don't.
He's going to be a number 2, isn't he? Yeah.
But if I'm being honest, I don't think he is. He's not that. I know he's still Premier League level, but I don't think he's that level, if I'm being honest. And even for a number 2, I'm not too convinced on it, really, if I'm being honest. I've just seen on the Barnsley hashtag on Twitter that Barnsley are hoping to have the DKD deal done allegedly by 10 o'clock at the latest.
So that they'll do all their little cheeky announcements, wouldn't they, and just leave it as late as possible so people stay up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder how many clubs will sign for extension paperwork this year. By the way, that normally happens, doesn't it? You normally see clubs signing at 1 o'clock, and you're like, "How have they done that?" And then they've got an extension. So I'm guessing we'll see a few of them as well as we go.
Be interesting. Interesting to see what happens. Obviously, you're seeing there Ben Nelson has joined on loan from Leicester City. I think we're going to see quite a few of these now. Clubs who have maybe been promoted or whatnot, just finally trimming down their squads, if that makes sense, making sure.
I'm going to pose a little bit of a question to you boys, and I'll start if you don't mind. So far from what we've seen, what would you say the signing of the night is, in your opinion? I will start, and I will go to Blackburn Rovers, who in the last 45 minutes have just announced the permanent signing of Todd Cantwell. Now, this one really intrigues me because I think Todd Cantwell is, on his day, he is one of the best technical players in that division. Obviously, whether he'll get back to Norwich levels is to be seen. Obviously, he had that spell at Rangers, which didn't really work out for him, if we're being honest. So, but I think for Blackburn, I think that's a stupendous signing, if I'm being honest.
I mean, as far as transfer deadline days goes, I don't want to, I don't want to like dumb us down because we really appreciate everyone who's tuning in, but it's not been very, as they would say, it's not been very slay, has it at all? It's really not been a great transfer deadline day. I don't think it's been a great transfer window at all, to be honest.
No.
It's been quite. There's not obviously other than Mbappe, but that was all done in February. We've got 3,000 viewers, which is just incredible.
That is incredible,
especially when not a lot has happened this transfer window. So I feel like everyone's choosing us to kind of like see what will happen. But again, we can't. I wish we could bring more to you, but not a huge amount is happening in the transfer window so far. So we'll have to wait and see. Go on.
I'd probably say Carl
Rushworth.
Rushworth. Carl Rushworth to Hull, one that Hull have done exceptionally well to pull off. Should probably be playing in the Premier League. I also think Lacroix to Crystal Palace from Wolfsburg is an exciting centre-half, shall we say. But he'd never get in that France team because of the amount of exciting centre-halves that the French actually have.
Yeah. And then just for a little bit of fun, another question I'll pause and I'll start with, I'll bend the rules a little bit. If you could sign one player now for your team specifically, boys, so Lincoln and Leyton Orient before the 11 o'clock deadline, who would it be? So for me, as an Oldham Athletic fan, I'm going to go quite easy and sit on something that we think is going to happen eventually with the impending loan return of Josh Stones from Wigan. That's something that really excites me. There was alleged rumours this earlier in the day that we were going to try and get a permanent done with Wigan for that deal before the deadline, but that seems to have gone quiet. But obviously he was on loan with us last season, only started 5 games and then got injured, but got 2 goals and an assist in that 5 games and built up a really good partnership with James Norwood. So from an Oldham point of view, that one really excites me if we can pull that off. But Callum, I'll come to you first. But from a Lincoln point of view, what would your dream signing be on deadline?
I know where this is going already.
First of all, we got some breaking news. Jay Sansfield's record move to Birmingham City is set to be announced soon. I expect that one. I'd probably say at 10 o'clock, give the media team a bit of time to make a fancy graphic or something like that. Ideally, if I could do one thing, it would be to send Jovan McCarmer out on loan and to bring in Joe Taylor on loan. But that like it wouldn't be for the full season; it'd be for 12 months. I would love to see McCarmer get some regular game time. Thanks, Ian. Yes, you've guessed spot on there.
Are you trying to say Callum's really that predictable, Ian? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying he brought us many happy memories last year, but I think I'm trying to justify it by just saying I think McCarmer needs regular game time where he can properly develop. I feel like League One's still a bit out of his comfort zone, and I'd love to see just purely Joe Taylor. That would purely get us through to Tyler Walker, hopefully not breaking his ankle again. And McCarmer being a bit more League One ready, but with being predictable, Joe Taylor. Sam, before we say goodbye to Aaron and before we start wrapping up, before we get our new hosts, Sam, who would you pick as your dream signing?
I've got to be sensible here because we obviously have no money and they've got to be a free transfer.
Joe Taylor?
No, we can't have any more loans. We've got 6 already. We can't have any more. I'm going to give you 2. Adam Reach,
Ooh.
experienced winger, can play on the left, probably play on the right if you need him to. So Adam Reach is one. And then the other one is Marcus Brown, who left Oxford United. He has had injury troubles, but technically on the ball can produce a little bit of magic. So if I had to pick, or as we've been linked with this evening, Josh Anoma, but he hasn't played for over a year, which is my concern with him. So that's why we need a winger. Marcus Brown, Adam Reach will be the two. If
Nice.
we had some money.
Perfect. And just before I go, I just wanted to give you two credit because obviously this is our first live stream, and to comfortably deal with 3,000 eyes in the way you two have done so professionally tonight deserves a lot of credit. So well done, boys. Your shift is nearly over. I'm going to pop backstage again, ready for the changeover, but I just wanted to say that we're all very proud of you and you've done great.
I should say it's a lot easier when those 3,000 viewers are just a little webcam on your laptop. So, but no, thank you so much. Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Aaron. We'll see you very shortly.
No problem.
Oh, so we're nearly done, Sam. Just about 9 minutes left of our shift. We'll have some new hosts coming up very soon, as you see, scrolling across the bottom there.
Tammy Abraham has joined AC Milan on loan. Ooh.
Yes, that was an interesting one.
He's kind of just disappeared.
I don't get why we didn't take him to the Euros, but
I think he didn't do much last year, and he just came back from a ACL injury as well.
Liverpool winger Doak has completed a Borough medical. Plymouth have confirmed the signing of El Hadj, and Tammy Abraham has joined AC Milan on loan, as we've been hearing.
Eddie Nketiah to Palace looks like it's done.
That looks like it's happening. I don't know. I mean, we were kind of waiting for this whole transfer window to just explode at some point, and it's just not at all. I don't think.
I'll keep those now 1-1 as well.
Oh, it's 1-1. Well, do you know who they should bring on?
Go on.
Guess who they should bring on? Do you know who they need a goal? Do you know who to bring on when you need a goal?
Oh, I know. Your mate, Joe Taylor.
Do you know what? I don't get starstruck around many people. But I'd love to meet. Oh, is it? Oh dear. Well, do you know we'll get you a goal when you need it?
Joe Taylor?
Joe Taylor.
I think it's a good thing to mention about Luton, because I think this will be the final talking point before we get some fresh people on. Luton Town started the season really poorly. They haven't made any signings of note, shall we say. This is going to be extremely controversial, and it's just a question. It's not a statement, everyone. Please calm down. It's a question. Could Luton Town do back-to-back relegations?
I don't think back-to-back. I don't think they're going to get relegated.
No, I don't think they will. But
I do think they've currently got that bit of a hangover. But we'll have to wait and see. But yeah. Go on, Sam. We've got 5 minutes to just natter away. What would you say? Say the board. Yep, thank you. Whoever's in control of the Vidi printer at the bottom there has really understood the assignment there. Brilliant stuff. Yep, that's great. If you could not rant, but if you could talk to the Leyton Orient board, what would you say to them?
Set up a GoFundMe, first of all. Let Orient fans pump whatever they want into it, and then use the money in January. And please buy a permanent goalkeeper, number one. Please get an experienced winger as number two. Please give Richie Wellens whatever he wants, because he will get us promoted if he stays. And I really hope he does stay, but I don't think he will from next season. We can all pray, though. And I'd probably like, being greedy, I'd love another centre-half. Being very greedy. But
we're hearing that we're expecting that Manuel Ugarte deal, which feels like it's been rumoured for the past year or so. That is rumoured to be announced at 9:30. But again, we'll let you know when they are confirmed. Apparently, they're saying goodbye. And Man United have teased the signing. I think Ugarte himself has teased the signing plenty of times. So I think, Sam.
I think, as well as the Ugarte deal, the only there's probably 3 other transfers that I reckon might get done that will be big this evening. One will be Jadon Sancho to Chelsea.
Yeah.
One will be Raheem Sterling to Arsenal.
Yeah.
And the other one, which nobody seems to know what's actually going on, is Osimhen.
Yeah. Well, I think
Chelsea still want
I'm
him.
not sure when's the Saudi Arabia deadline deal.
2 days,
I feel
I
like that'll
believe.
be a bit later,
Monday.
so there's still a bit of time for that one, right?
Yeah. And the final thing I want to ask you,
Go on.
did you see what Tottenham did earlier?
Go on. Is this the contracts?
Yeah, so Tottenham are closing in on a deal to agree on priority option to sign Johnny Cardozo from Real Betis in the future. Tottenham will also get a percentage on future sale in case they decide against signing him. It's part of the Lo Celso deal to Betis. What is going on with transfers? What happened to a fee and a percentage of sale? How the heck? It's like when Victor Roque has gone to Betis as well. Barcelona retained 50% of him.
Ew, it's all
I don't understand what's going on.
I don't get it. Like, I remember a time when sell-on clause weren't a real thing or whatnot, but yeah, I don't really get it. But yeah, I will say when we said that Man United have teased Agate, they've put "Mate, you need to see this" with a Uruguayan flag and a honeypot.
I mean, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Then, isn't it? This is when they announced Darwin Núñez on loan for the season.
That, and then they've said an announcement at 9:30, and then Man United have quote retweeted Manuel Ugarte's eyes with another pair of eyes. So I feel like that's done, isn't it? Fairly obvious. I feel like they're playing the game. But anyway, our time has come to an end. Sam, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. If you want to hear more of me and Sam natter away, there's plenty of that over on the League One Lowdown podcast. Obviously, head over to the deck on social media. You can see the tags on the screen below us right now, and you can hear us preview the games all the time over there with Seb and Jamie as well reviewing it. Our co-hosts as well over on there as well. You might as well follow Force Tier Fever and the Deck UK on Twitter or X, as I believe it's now called as well. But Sam, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for popping in. Any moment now, we will have some new people enter in the studio. Jordan is with us now. Jordan, how are you feeling ahead of your shift until 11:30 today?
Yeah, I think it's one thing that I'm quietly really looking forward to. It's been, I mean, we were going to do the earlier one, jumping with you and Sam just then, but no, I think the last couple of hours is where it normally heats up. All the last minute deals really do click together, and it should make for quite an interesting couple of hours. Although at the minute, not a great deal is really going on for what I've seen. But no, it's something I'm certainly looking forward to.
We should say that Ugarte deal to Manchester United, we were just joking about it. It has been confirmed now. We'll talk about this because I feel like we kind of have to with a Lincoln fan and a Grimsby fan being in the studio. We've had a decent start to the year. It's been not an easy week to be a Grimsby fan. You've had a few deadline day signings come in from a Grimsby perspective. Talk about a bit about how you expect your season to go now.
I think we look at last year, and yeah, I think last year really took us by surprise in a certain way. I think for the first year back in the Football League, which we had following promotion, it was a real good season on the face of it. 11th place finish, which was the highest in 17 years it's been in it, and an FA Cup quarter final, which I mean both of us know have that experience now. So in our lifetime, which is a good thing. But I think sort of last year really took us by surprise with Paul Hurst now obviously under David Artell, who's the gaffer there now. It just didn't start well at all, and I mean, already under Dave Artell, we've had some hammerings. I think it's probably safe to say it's been a couple of iffy moments as well. But I still under the impression that I think he deserved a bit of credit for how he turned it around near the end. we had to be a little bit more resolute, more hard to beat, and we certainly did that. And yes, and I think this season, it's not been the best, but I think I've seen worse. I mean, at least we've got that win under our belt. But I mean, shipping 9 goals in the last week is far from ideal. I mean, you could probably excuse I know, but you could probably look at 2 goals at least at not so they shouldn't have stood, and we could probably look at the 5 goals we shipped to Sheffield Wednesday, which are a decent Championship side. I think they'll be all right this year. But no, there's clearly some stuff to work on, but I'm optimistic we can be better. We won't be world beaters by any means, but hopefully more of a mid-table finish is what I'm sort of looking for.
Well, brilliant. Jake has joined you, so I'll leave you in the capable hands of Jake as well. But that's me done for now. Chaps, over to you. Take us to the deadline day.
Good stuff. Thank you, Callum. Hello, everybody. We are live on the deck. We're joined by Jake, who's popped on. We should have Kieran a little bit. Have 3/4 of 4-tier fever. You just got a half of League One Lowdown. Make sure to go and give them a follow if you haven't done so already. But we've got Jake, one of my trusted co-hosts. How are you, mate? How you finding deadline day so far? You know, a few signings in at Salford from what I've noticed. What have you thought about that?
Yeah, we've made 3 signings, bringing in Koyase, and I'm just going to call him Francis because I have no idea how to pronounce the second name of the striker we've got on loan from Everton. We've also brought in Minoga on a free transfer, who was at Aldershot last season, did well there. So we're strengthening in positions we were weak. Obviously, we've only scored 1 goal so far. So to bring in 2 strikers is a good start. And hopefully, I'm not sure if we will, but hopefully we get 1 more in just before the deadline.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the hope with us. I mean, we've brought a couple in already. I mean, we announced one this morning for someone that we've been after for quite a while. Jaden Luca on loan from Luton had a very successful loan spell at Woking last year internationally. Should bring that extra quality in. And then the last hour we announced the return, I should say, of Justin Abiku, who we had on loan for the second half last season. I think he got like 3 goals in 15 appearances. Some fans are a bit hit and miss on it, but I think we could do a hell of a lot worse. We know what a player Justin is. He's incredibly raw, but I think there's something there. I've seen some quite mad stuff said on him. I know he's not been everyone's cup of tea, but I get the feeling that I think we could do a hell of a lot worse. And at least I'm safe in the knowledge that we know that what type of player he is as well. Loads of work need to do on him, but with a full season under his belt playing men's football, hopefully we can get that. In terms of any more, I'd like to think we'll have 1 more. I think there's certainly suggestions that there will probably be 1 more. I just hope it's at number 6. I've been calling it for a while in the especially the last couple of weeks or so. But I think it's really important we get that with the amount of goals that we're shipping and how easy we are to play through. I suspect it'll probably be another loan. I mean, if it's not, then if it's someone that's got a little bit more experience, and great. But that's just what I expect us today. And early time will tell whether we've properly addressed the problems there. So that's that. We'll move up. Well, obviously we'll keep an eye. We do have Kieran coming in shortly, so we'll get his thoughts on that. We'd love to get obviously your thoughts as well. It'll be greatly appreciated. Just some news that's coming in as well. Festi Ebisele is signed for Watford. Looking at that, is a player that I remember from Derby actually. He was coming through there at the time. He had a spell in Italy for, I believe. But I mean, Jake, we know that deadline day is always a busy day. I think probably a little bit quieter this year, but I just think as a whole, what have you sort of made on it so far today?
Yeah, it's been really good. Lots of deals, obviously, as you'd expect. And one thing that's really interesting is the whole Jake Young saga, because MK Dons have just signed Sonny Finch on loan from Middlesbrough, which means Stevenage, Derby and Fleetwood were the 3 that were rumoured with Jake Young, and they've all signed different strikers. So it looks like he's going to stay at Bradford, which is such a surprise to what was happening last week.
That Jake Young deal is quite something, because it's a bit like sort of the similar with the Joe Taylor saga. I think one with Jake Young, I think especially in the past few weeks has really picked up. So there's been interest all summer, but I'm not sure if Bradford were going to keep him. The clubs there. We had Fleetwood come in. Then there was rumours that he was off to Stevenage and he probably staying at Bradford. I don't know. It's still very much up in the air, that one. But for what it looks like Stevenage are going to win that race. So it'd be nice to see him re-partner with Dan Kemp again, who we know that had a very good time at Swindon together, and there as well. It's understood that negotiations are ongoing for that one. But I think it's an interesting one to call that. I mean, we look at some of the main transfers. I just think, just in particular, there is a Colchester signing inbound, so we'll keep up to date with that. Whoever that is, I mean, Colchester are a side who I think have done excellent business. I think quite a lot of people think the same. Just in general, you see some of these signings that are going on. I mainly look at what's happening at Chelsea at the minute, with the likes of, there's rumours about Victor Osimhen and, the futures of Jadon Sancho if he's joining Chelsea, and Raheem Sterling potentially moving away. It's all a bit of up in the air. But I just, what have you made to all that in particular? Because I just think it's a bit,
Yeah, especially Chelsea. It's really confusing what they're doing with giving people long contracts and then 6 months later saying we don't want them anymore, find a new club. So I'm not really sure how sustainable that is for them, because if they don't play them, then their value will just go down and people won't want to sign them. So really interesting to see what they actually do long term.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting strategy for what they've got, other than the fact that they've got about 76 players on the books, which is not a healthy thing. But it's an interesting way. It does seem like, obviously, they can't compete with the Victor Osimhen story. They can't really compete with some from Saudi Arabia with their budget. They're trying to shorten the wage bill, which is on their part a good thing. But it's just sort of put aside. I'm just not sure if all these players are going to fit in. We are going to get a couple of people on. We are in the next 5 minutes or so. We are going to get Aaron Chandler, Doncaster fan, we'll get his thoughts on there. Someone that we know. Just a little bit more transfer news. Talks between Ipswich Town and Arsenal over a potential loan deal for Reece Nelson is at its final stages. I think that's an interesting one. I see the players that Ipswich have brought in. They've certainly been busy, haven't they? I feel like they've assembled a little bit of a Championship God squad in a way with some of the players from there. That's Sammy Schmodic, Jack Clark. I mean, Dario Shea wasn't quite Championship, although he sort of was previously. But yeah, I don't know. What have you made of their sign and their business? Armando Bray is potentially still not out of the question yet either. What have you sort of made of them?
Yeah, big fan of their recruitment, because it's similar to what Luton did in a way, but they've sort of gone for, like, not the bigger names, but the players you'd expect to handle the step up a little bit better. They've obviously kept Kieran McKenna, who was probably one of their signings of the summer. So that'll be really interesting to see if Reece Nelson does come in where he fits in, because they've got some good quality players.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I've sort of got a bit of a soft spot for Ipswich. I used to go to university with a Ipswich supporter, proper diehard. He does a lot of stuff for them. He does some really good stuff. On pet is certainly, I think, a good enough team to survive. I know some people might have their doubts on that, but I think they've got more of a chance than, obviously, I think, for the other two promoted squads. I think over the previous years, I don't know. I've just got a different feeling with Ipswich. I think it's more Kieran McKenna for me. Like you said, that's massive. It looks like Burton Albion set sign of a player. We've got one from Joe. I mean, we know Joe for quite a bit of period. One for Jake. Killian Kwasi signing on loan from Blackpool, isn't it? Yeah. Obviously, he's asked for your thoughts about that as a striker. I think you've been on it for quite a few weeks that you need to strengthen up front. What have you made of that one?
Yeah, I don't know too much about him, but we've said that we've been after him for a couple of weeks now, which is always promising, because it's not a last-minute panic. We need a striker. So if he can hit the ground running, then there's certainly not a lot of competition for him to beat, because it should be relatively easy, with obviously Cole Stockton's not really hit it on flames. Marcus Dackers looks like he's going out on loan to Morecambe, which would be interesting to see, because he's looked really poor for us. Hopefully it's a good signing. Yeah,
I think it gives him that experience, and I mean what you said with what you need. I mean, it sounds like you've been more than underwhelmed with your current strikers at the minute. Cole Stockton in particular, I still think he'll turn good. I'm holding on to that hope for maybe he had a couple of years ago, but I don't know. I really liked it, and I'd have loved him at Town, to be perfectly honest. A town called ? As the teams are coming out of Wigan Athletic. So we'll keep up to date with with that one. There's a comment here from MB, who Blackpool fan here. Kwasi is very strong. He was linked with Motherwell last year. I'm not sure if that maybe impacts your thinking for the fact that, he was linked to what I think is a decent Scottish Premiership club.
Yeah, that's always promising. You never really want to sign someone who's been not linked anywhere and been rumoured with clubs lower down than you. So that's always a good sign.
There's that joke in there, but I'll leave it for now. No, we'll get Shal in. He's giving us the thumbs up that we're ready. We're ready for him. We're more than happy to have him on. Shal, good to see you again, buddy. First and foremost, how are you?
I'm good. I've just finished a 10-hour shift on my first day in a new job, which was pretty special. I get to work with escape rooms, which is lovely, which is perfect for me. And yeah, I'm ready to close off deadline day in style. It's going to be an interesting one today.
Good stuff. We'll talk a little bit about Doncaster Rovers, his business. Not much has really sorted today, but I don't think we really ever expected it. Listening to some of the stuff I've seen from Grant McCann, but you certainly seem busy. I think there's certainly some additions that I could really get behind, the likes of Joe Sabara, Jordan Gibson, but there's even more so Harry Clifton, I personally know well from your side. So of course, the likes of Billy Sharp as well. Just keep as a bit of a summary. What has been your thoughts? I think because if you're looking at it from an outside, I think I'd be really chuffed for what we've done.
Yeah, we overall, I think we're very happy with the business we've conducted. Obviously, we were still looking at that young striker. I believe that is from my own personal sources to be Bailey Cadamarteri. He has now gone to Lincoln City, as we already know. So there were other names that I'd been hearing, and there's a few names being chucked my way. Tyrese John Jules, Dwight Gale, Tyrell Sellers-Fleming on loan from Hull. So there was a few names here and there, but yeah, overall for me, even though we didn't get that young striker in, it's still been a very good window for us. That is a January potential target that we can look at. There's plenty of options by then as well. From an overall window perspective, we filled the positions that we needed to do, especially with the players that left. Obviously, Adelakan, a strong winger on his day. Biggins is an okay midfielder, a solid midfielder. He can do a job. He can launch one. Obviously, other experienced players, Biamu up front, obviously being replaced by Billy Sharp, assumably. So, again, that's good to see. Overall, it's been strong. Like I said, Joe Sabara is one that excites me a lot. He's a live wire. We've seen that already this season. Billy Sharp knows exactly where the net is. But yeah, for me, we've had a decent window. I'd give it 8 out of 10. And there might be a couple little bits to do in January. We've got rid of a few other people as well. We've loaned out Louis Jones. I think his time at the club's done. And it's quite sad, to be honest, because I think some fans criticised him more than he should have done. And I think the defence were more at fault than Louis Jones was half the time. I still think he's an okay keeper. So for me, but he's made some mistakes at Waterford already, and I'm sure he's regretting them already. So yeah, he's gone on loan, might not come back in the Rovers shirt. Lawler, again, he's still here. I think he was rumoured to be one of the ones getting loaned out, but he's still here now. And obviously he'll be our number 2 or competing for number 1 this season with Teddy. And we'll see what happens in January. But overall, I think it's been a strong summer. We've kept the strong players. We've got Molyneux on a 3-year deal, which is almost like a new transfer. Bailey on a new 3, potential 4-year deal on top of the 2-year deal he already had left, which is just insane. It's clear that the owners finally spent the war chest without David Blunt tying the shackles together behind the scenes. So it's strong, and I think we're in for an exciting year this year. I can feel it.
We'll get more from you in a minute, Charles, but we'll just get some more news that's coming in as well. Jake Young, we know we were just talking about him. It is just about to be confirmed at Stevenage. The saga for that one is about to come to an end. It looks like he's going to be a Stevenage player. AS Roma, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, are pushing for Mario Hermoso with an option to with an option there with Galatasaray chasing his signature too, which is an interesting one. But we'll go back to Donny. I mean, you've mentioned how pleased you are. Is it maybe? It sounds ridiculous as you clearly made a decent start of the season, but it's maybe any positions that maybe you may be a bit iffy on. Maybe if you do get a couple of injuries, perhaps, and you maybe don't have the right sort of personnel to maybe replace it maybe for the short term.
First of all, can I just quickly comment on that Jake Young transfer? I think Stevenage they've pulled off an incredible deal there. Jake Young's a really quick, young, pressing forward. He's got a lot of potential going forward. I think Stevenage have got a long-term striker in the making if they just play him the right way. If you get the balls into the box, he will get on the end off the shoulder. And I think Stevenage picked up a really good deal there. From a Rovers perspective, again, I'm going to point to it again, a young striker. We've loaned out Jack Goodman to the National League North. You know, at the end of the day, we need, at the end of the day, we need that young striker who, just in case Ironside was sharp.
Hello, I'm just here to make you aware that the Jake Young deal at Stevenage hasn't gone through yet. If it happens, it's not happened yet.
So right, sorry. I misread that.
It looks like it's about to happen. It could happen.
Yeah.
We don't really know. It's not been done yet, though, so don't talk about it too much in depth.
No.
Bro.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
I'll be back in 10 minutes to do a bit of a roundup with you boys anyway.
Okay, buddy, we'll see you
Right,
then. So yeah, that's an interesting one. That we do look at just one more quick one as well. We look at Doncaster start to season, very very promising. Couple of good results in there. We'll ignore the Newport one, although we don't quite have Kieran yet to quite rub that one in. How just on the basis, how sort of pleased you are with this start, with these new players that have come in? Because like I said, there's been quite a fair bit of change.
I think it's been a solid start to the season. Obviously the Everton Cup game we won't speak about either. I know we put in a decent shift, and I know and the lads gave it everything in that game, but at the end of the day, there was a couple of errors with those goals, and the quality from Everton was just too much in the end. So we won't really talk about that one either. But yeah, for the majority of the league, I think we're pretty solid. I think we've made a solid start. You know, we look good. You know, we look a good side. We look a strong side. You know, we seem comfortable on the ball for the majority of the time. You know, there's times where we make rash decisions, and there is something we have to cut that out of our game. We do have to cut that out of our game because there has been some rash passes, some rash touches, a little heavy on the eye. So there's been some rash decisions. I can definitely agree with that. But if we can cut that out of our game short term, then long term we'll have an even better chance of going up much earlier than the end of the season. So it's going to be an interesting one. But I think we've made a solid start to potentially getting out of this league this year.
Superb. Just one from Billy H in the chat there. Charlie, you off to Port Vale tomorrow?
Oh, what's that, sorry?
Are you off to the Port Vale game tomorrow? From Billy in the chat.
I'm unfortunately working tomorrow, so I will unfortunately not be there. But I'm going to try and make it out to the Papa John's Trophy. Bristol Street Motors Trophy against Huddersfield on Tuesday.
You can call it whatever you like. I don't really care about the cup anyway. I've never had Charles, good to speak to you again, buddy. We appreciate your time, and that's awesome. We've got a couple of minutes before we do get Kieran on. I think, what have you sort of made around sort of like League Two at the minute? I know, Chris Wilson, you're a fan of a League Two club. What have you sort of made of it, like early doors with sort of the team so far? I know that you've had an all right start, a pretty good one compared to maybe someone like me or Jake supporting Grimsby and Salford respectively, who's, let's say, could be a little bit better. I think it's safe to say. Yeah,
it's safe to say that. I think Bradford surprised me the most. I was not expecting a good season from them at all. I was expecting a mid-table season, if I'm being brutally honest. I think they didn't look great in pre-season. There was still pieces of the puzzle that were missing. They've got a couple of pieces of them puzzles in recent weeks, so they've fixed the situation to an extent. How long they keep it on for, I don't know. How long before Bradford fans think they're winning the league? It's going to take only a few games, but it's going to take 40-odd to bring that all crashing down back to earth. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think we've made a solid start. Barrow have made a good start, obviously knocking the big boys out of the cup as well. I think that's a strong showing from the Championship. So, Barrow have done really well in terms of their start to the season. In terms of sides that have underestimated me so far this year, obviously the obvious ones that are down there, Morecambe, I expected Crewe to be down there this year. I think when Omar Bogle's been teased as one of the biggest signings of the summer for Crewe, then and I think going off his recent spells, I think that if Omar Bogle's been hyped as the signing of the summer for your club, then you might not be in the best situation financially. Accrington, I knew for a fact losing all those top key players were going to be hard, but not this hard. Salford again is another one. Carlisle and Colchester are the two biggest surprises. I thought Colchester would be a real dark horse. Obviously, there's still time. Carlisle just got relegated. It's obviously going to bounce back to League Two. It's going to be quite hard. And we'll see what happens for the rest of the season. But there's been a few shocks here and there to start off. I expected better from some sides.
Good stuff. I mean, you mentioned about if Omar Bogle was your standout signing. I mean, it'd probably be ours in a heartbeat. knowing our fan base, and I'd happily open up with open arms. A couple of bit of transfer news as well. Jamie McDonnell is now in Colchester. I think I saw a sort of link that we were. I say link. It wasn't really. It was a rumor a fan has made up that we could be after him. And I saw that Wigan have made a sign from what I've seen from Fleetwood. I didn't quite catch the name of that one, but it's just coming up at the bottom of the screen. It's a permanent signing of I can't even. Malise Asamoah. I'm sorry if I butchered that, but no, Charlie, it's great to have you on. As you say, there you go. It's just it's on the screen now. Instead of just trying to follow it, it's at the bottom of the screen going.
I think the teaser was pretty obvious in terms of the name of the player, town called Malice. So yeah,
absolute banger of song. But no, ciao. It's great to have you on, buddy. We do appreciate your time. Cheers,
Thank
mate.
you, Joe.
So we are here. He is.
Here he is. Hello, Bob.
Hello.
Fantastic! I fashionably late. I would like to use this as, but yeah, I'm currently refreshing the League Two page because they're doing quite nice with just reposting all the signings, and yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there? There's a lot going on in League Two and just the EFL at the minute.
There is as well, isn't there? We did. Obviously, we'll bring it back to Sheffield, but we'll just quickly touch on Newport as you've just joined, like we did with sort of Salford and Grimsby. You've been busy this window, a couple of additions, especially in the past couple of days in particular. I mean, we noticed one with Carl Hudlin earlier, and I had my thoughts on that. But you've always seemed impressed with Newport's transfer business. As we sort of edge towards the end of the window, what did you sort of make of it now? Has your position on that sort of changed or not?
No, the position hasn't changed. I'm really pleased with it. I understand from a kind of neutral fan. If you look into our business, it's a lot of inexperienced players, but or a lot of young players as well. So I'd understand the potentially poor reception of that, especially with some of the players that we lost during the summer. But no, I'll be fair. I'm really, really pleased with it. I don't know whether we're going to make any more business before the window shuts. I don't really think we need to. If I was to be really picky, I'd like a left-footed centre-back just for cover. But I cannot complain. I think we've had an absolutely brilliant window, and I think it's starting to show on the pitch as well.
Yeah, we'll touch a little bit more in a minute. As you can see from the bottom of the screen as well, some more transfer news. Harrogate are reportedly set to land Swindon striker Paul Glatzel, which is another interesting one there. Add to their striking options. You've got a message on the screen there from Alex the Oracle. Hiya, Kieran. Just I like
that. Hello, Alex. I hope we're all well, and I'm not sure. Feel free to give a comment on whether you think we should make any more business. I personally don't think we need anything, but there we are.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit of big breaking news from the Premier League coming at the bottom screen. It looks like Chelsea have agreed a loan with an obligation to buy for Jadon Sancho. It was a rumor that's been, I say it was more than a rumor. It's been sort of picking up speed throughout the day. It looks like that it's fine. It looks like it could be about to happen. It looks like Jadon Sancho will be a Chelsea player. We'll obviously still see the what happens with Raheem Sterling between now and the night, obviously, because we know that with talk of Arsenal coming in, we've got Aaron back. Hello, mate.
Hello, guys. You okay?
Yeah, not bad, mate.
It's nice to be back in calmer circumstances now. But yeah, I'm just here to help you do a bit of a roundup, really, because obviously the last sort of hour has kind of been ticking along, and there's been a lot of deals coming in. I mean, the big one you just touched upon, obviously from the Premier League, Jadon Sancho, and that's a really interesting one for me, really, because I'm probably one of his biggest admirers still to this day. I genuinely believe like his confidence got ruined a little bit at United, if I'm being honest. And then we seen how good he was in that little short spell at Borussia Dortmund. So I just feel like Sancho's one of them players that needs to find a settled home, and he'll flourish again. Like, and I wonder whether that will be South London. Obviously, he's a South London lad, so I think that's a really interesting one. But then, obviously, probably the biggest deal in the EFL to me tonight is probably Jay Stansfield, who looks like the £10 million deal to Birmingham City is edging ever closer. It's just a case of whether they can get that done. I mean, I was talking with Callum and Sam earlier on in the first half, and we were saying the money that's getting thrown about in football is ridiculous, right? But like, if you look at basically, we said something that this deal is practically the same in projections as like United spending like 300 million on a player. That's how like the finances add up with League One and Premier League. It's crazy, really, isn't it? And I've seen lots of like rival fans saying that like how the hell are we supposed to compete? And it's fair, really, isn't it? Because Birmingham are just making League One super team at this point. I just wondered what you guys thought of that, really, because it's obviously a massive move for League One.
I'll kick things off. I'll be honest, I thought the numbers were wrong when I first saw that message. I think it was John Percy that I saw first broke that. In and around the region of 10 million quid for League One. It's an obscure amount of money. I've not seen. I mean, it's a good signing for Birmingham. Don't get me wrong. He clearly had a very good season with them last year. But 10 million quid, and I do look at their other options as well, and I do maybe question if they do sort of need him with the greatest respect. With the likes of Alfie May, who is for me by far and away the best striker in League One.
He is the best striker in League One.
Yeah, by far and away. Lyndon Dykes is a very good option that will probably get into quite a few championship teams. I'm adamant. And you've still got the experience of Lukas Jukovic. I'm not particularly sure how he fits in, and I personally think it's. I mean, if they get it done, then great. Birmingham have got themselves a very good player, but I'm on it. I'll be honest. I'm not sure how much good this will do for his career. I'm under that impression. I just think with like we saw he had a very good spell at Birmingham last year. One of their better performers in a relegated side. And look, I'm not trying to take anything away because it's a bloody good signing. 10 million quid is a lot of money, ridiculous amount of money in League One. And I mean, I'm sort of a little bit old school. For me, it just feels like a little bit of the game's gone sort of signing. That's what I felt with that. But I'm not distributing the fact that it's a good signing because it clearly is. I'm just really not sure. I'm not sure what you ever think of that.
It's a bizarre one, isn't it? You look at how much Birmingham have spent this window, isn't it? In the regions of, if you include the Stansfield deal, if it goes through, isn't it in the regions of 30 million? That's insane for League One. Like Premier League teams, like a year or so back, would spend that money on, like a marquee signing. And they've spent it all in the window in League One. And I'm in the impression that should the deal go through before deadline, it will be a good one. It'll be highly beneficial. I think that if you watched that Birmingham side last season, he was the standout, albeit that, that team evidently didn't perform. But no, I think he'd kind of do really well as that kind of mid to long term option, if you want to put it that way. And you'd imagine, their intent should be to win the league, and that signing for me is heads and shoulders above the rest, to be entirely honest with you. But again, 27 million, upwards of 30 million, that's insane. And it's 10 million up front, which I find bizarre. We don't know if there's any add-ons either that might increase that fee in the future. So It's bizarre, but at the end of the day, I suppose if you're a team that wants to progress as a project and you want to, be looking at getting it straight back up to the Championship, stabilising and building on it, I guess you kind of have to spend that money, especially if you've got it in the pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry if I
they
went a
have-
bit quiet then, by the way. I know this isn't National League, but obviously I've got dealings and inner dealings with Oldham at the minute, and it looks like we might actually be pulling maybe potentially the Josh Stones deal off tonight, when that didn't look the case maybe 2 hours ago. So yeah, I'm just trying to work on some stuff for that. But I agree. I agree. I mean, I think the money side of football is getting crazy to the point of, I think it's just going to get worse from this point as well. Well, not what, I don't know whether worse is the right saying, but it's just going to get bigger and bigger, isn't it? I think the gap, and look, it's exciting for Birmingham, definitely. And look, I think now the thing is, it probably puts a lot more internal pressure, because anything but walking that league now, in my opinion, is a failure. So
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And when I mean walking it, I would at least expect maybe a 5-6 point gap at the very least, if I'm being honest. And if they get autos, yes, they'll go up, of course, and maybe Birmingham fans won't be bothered. But I think externally, and probably the pressure that they put on internally, I think that will be seen as a little bit of a disappointment, really, where they're at now.
Yeah, I agree. They have to do, with the money they've spent, with the squad that they've got at that level, they have to do more than win the league. Like I said,
Yeah.
that they've got to win the league.
John, I don't think you can do more than win the league, to be fair. But
No, you can't. But for Birmingham, for the squad with the squad that they have, they've got to do that and then some. It's just too ridiculous to not.
Yeah. I'm just having a look at. I'm constantly refreshing every single tab I've got up currently. So there is a striker from Olympic Lyonnais about to sign for Fulham. I'm not going to try and pronounce his name, boys. I don't know whether you want to look at it and have a go, but I don't want to offend anyone. His first name is Ernest, but I'm not sure how you pronounce the second name. But that has got the good old kiss of death from Fabrizio Romano, and we've got here we go on that. So yeah, that's going to be completed soon, you would imagine.
Yeah, I'll try and find it. I'll have a look.
There's some other bizarre signings. If you want to just, very quickly go over them, you've got Sonny Finch, who's now moved to MK Dons. That was confirmed half hour ago. You've got George Cox. I don't know how much we've talked about, the things that have happened in the last hour or so, but he's went to Swindon. Giovanni Brown, season-long loan at Notts County from Bristol Rovers, which I'll give credit. I think, I feel like that's a signing that they actually will benefit from. I think that, they're within the intent of providing more balance to their team off the back end of last season, when they're, I'd imagine most would agree in saying they're top heavy. So I think Notts have done really well to just over the window to balance their team, and who knows, if they can get all the pieces right, they may be one of the ones that we can talk about from a promotion perspective. Rico Richards has joined Port Vale on a season-long loan from Villa. So I like the teams that are now starting to use their loan slots, because it's difficult for these kind of Premier League academy players to get into teams regularly and to make that step. So the fact that the lower leagues are still used for that is, I think that's only positive.
Yeah, Shrewsbury have continued their bizarre midfield recruitment with loaning Funzu Ojo in from Port Vale. So they've obviously loaned a player in from the league below, obviously after signing Harrison Biggins and loaning him back down the league. It's just bizarre.
I think
Ben Waine has gone to Mansfield. Which is interesting.
Mansfield with obviously the big news about Davis Keeler-Dunn, which will be a massive hammer blow.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I think if you're a Barnsley fan, you must be a bit gutted with the Jay Stansford news, because if that wasn't happening, I think Davis Keeler-Dunn moving to Barnsley is probably the second biggest deal in that league tonight, and probably the window. Like, I'm not just saying this because he played for Oldham as well. He is comfortably one of the best technical players I've seen at League Two level. Certainly, like he's done really good at League One level as well, and I think that's one that I'm really excited for as a neutral as well.
He's everything you want in sort of like an attacker. He's very good with the ball. He's very clever with it. We saw that. We played Mansfield in pre-season. He came on for the last 15, and of course he scored the winner for them to make it for them to win 1-0. But in both games the last season, you could just tell he was a right cut above. He's really nice bloke as well. He came. I went to the University of Derby. He came in with a couple of Mansfield players and Nigel Clough. Really nice lad as well. Got a lot of time for him. Asked him a couple of questions.
We've got some.
It's a great move. It's a great move for Barnsley either way.
Yeah, he's an unreal player. I feel like he was probably the best player in the entire of League Two last season. I think he is generally that good. We've got some news out of. We got news out of Morecambe. They have made an addition. Marcus Dackers has joined them on a season-long loan from Jake Salford. So there they are, making business despite the ownership problems that they've of course still got.
See a little bit of a grin on Jake's face. How do you figure that one?
I mean, very bizarre because he is comfortably a National League striker at best. I think we've given him 4 opportunities under 4 different managers, and they've all said no, we don't want him, and send him on loan to National League. So for him to actually get a League Two club is bizarre, but knowing how lucky, he'll probably get 20 goals and be recalled in January.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it now, Jake. We play them tomorrow. I can't wait for him to score a hat trick. Looking forward to it.
I will be watching, waiting.
Continuously refreshing, waiting for it to happen. But no, Morecambe, of course, they've got the limited resources because of their ownership problems that have been well documented. So I suppose going into the loan market is, the only sustainable thing they can do at the minute. And despite Jake's, I suppose, criticism of him and every other Salford manager's criticism of him, it moving to Morecambe does give him a chance to kind of prove himself. That team that is, it's such a small squad, and you'd imagine it's a very close knit squad with what's going on at the club as well. So I think it has that potential to be a really, really positive move for him, and whether that means that, I don't know how long his contract is at Salford, but whether that means that he comes back, potentially, merits a restart with Salford. But no, I think it's a mutually beneficial move. I feel like Morecambe needed an additional, so just to make sure that they're sustainable enough, and then obviously, for Marcus Dackers, it will give him a chance to play that regular first team football.
Yeah. In other news, Burton I don't know whether they're teasing another signing, but the last 30 seconds of their video is just a black screen, which is quite bizarre.
And it's bizarre. I think we all kind of gave credit to Burton because their business has been incredible. Some of the additions that they've made are really good, but I suppose the question is it too many? Because you can definitely sign too many players and it can take too long for them to gel together. But I suppose that's up to the manager and all of the staff at the club to see if they can get that squad clicking in time to have a positive season.
I'm not sure about Burton's transfer business at all. There's a lot of names there. There's some decent names on paper from what I've seen. I mean, Danilo was it that picked up from Crawley in particular. Stands out. A couple of others as well. What's his name from Salford? Elliot Watt, that's the one. Don't mind that. But there's a lot of unproven names in there. And
yeah, you got Ben
Whitfield
in the one, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's that's the thing that I question is whether they've signed too many to allow them to have a coherent starting 11, and whether players may not get the game time that they think they deserve from their moves and past kind of relationships at clubs. I think the closest thing you can probably relate them to in a bigger football aspect is, like Chelsea, the amount of bloody players they've got, what is their strongest 11 kind of thing. And it's not to the extent, in my opinion, with Burton, they've not brought in 50 players, but there's a lot of new faces there. And It's just about getting them to play coherently quite quickly as well.
I just wanted to. I think that's a perfect segue, Kieran. I know you probably didn't. Maybe you intentionally meant to do it, but I did want to touch upon the top end again and just touch upon Chelsea a little bit, because especially the alleged Osimhen deal, because that one is really strange to me. So up until about 3 hours ago, it was nailed on that the Saudi club was looking at both Ivan Toney and Osimhen. But then Chelsea have come out in the last sort of 2.5 hours and said that their interest still remains and they're still very confident in the Osimhen deal. So I think that's one we've got to keep an eye on in the next sort of hour and a half. What do you think? First of all, how crazy is Chelsea's transfer strategy? Second of all, do we actually see an end point? Is there any sort of what is the sort of payoff with the strategy? And third of all, can you see Osimhen in the Premier League by 11 o'clock this evening? Or 11:30 this evening?
It's a good question, isn't it? Yeah. No, it's a bizarre one, isn't it? I touched on it with Burton, and I'm going to say that I did not intend on making that bridge, but I'm going to pretend I did, because it was quite a nice bridge in that regard. But no, I kind of understand it to a degree. They've signed a lot of young players and kind of loaned them out or allowed them to kind of play second team reserve football, but that potentially also causes problems to their academy, because how the bloody hell are you going to be able to compete with 50 other seasoned pros that have played football at high levels? But there was a clip coming from I think it was Jamie Carragher who said it, and he was saying that Chelsea just need to stop buying players. And I think the exception can be made with Osimhen. I think he is absolute quality, and he will do well on that Chelsea side. The kind of creative players they've got, albeit there's about 50 million of them.
If we're being honest, Chelsea have so many wingers, but they don't have a focal point, because I'm probably about as good as a number 9 as Nicholas Jackson, if we're being honest. So you know what I mean? I think this changes it for them, if I'm being honest. I mean, I do have to question some of the morality maybe at Chelsea a little bit, considering I've seen something today of a player, I think is it Washington, signing for one of the partnering clubs of Chelsea on loan. So they're just quite clearly, obviously moving players from one team they own to another. Surely that's not allowed. It's crazy, isn't it?
Man City have been doing that. They have a Spanish side that's kind of within the city. Or is it Girona? Yeah, they've been loaning. You've seen that players have been moving to them and then conveniently moving to Man City. But no, I very much agree that Chelsea side has absolutely everything it needs, other than a striker that can score goals, because you've got Nicholas Jackson, who does anything but that, and you've got Lukaku, who I generally forgot is still at Chelsea. He's just been entirely frozen out of that club, and he's the kind of profile of player, albeit maybe bar some of the finishing, that Chelsea need. And Osimhen is that kind of player. So I think that's the one exception to that kind of comment from Jamie Carragher of Chelsea needing to stop buying players. But do we see him being signed in the next hour? Maybe. Who knows? It'll be an interesting one. I feel like they will definitely cut it late, given they add all the links to obviously he had all the links to Saudi, so it will be definitely cutting it short, cutting it close. But I think if any team are good at signing players for ridiculous money, I think Chelsea are probably the best bet.
Yeah, and I think we should stay on Chelsea as well, because trying to probably balance the books a little bit, even though they should have been doing it a long time before deadline day, we are allegedly getting very close to, and this one surprises me. This one really surprises me. From Arsenal specifically, I talked about it in the first half. I'll touch upon it again. Now, since Arteta has joined Arsenal, correct me if I'm wrong, boys, and tell me if you don't agree, most of the transfer business has been very calculated, Edu, you can see a strategy with every single one of Arsenal's players. You know, Edu doesn't bring in if he doesn't see a future for them at Arsenal Football Club. But for me, Raheem Sterling seems like the classic deadline day panic buy. And I'm not even trying to be rude. Raheem Sterling is a brilliant football player, especially maybe 4 seasons ago. I would have said, you know what, this is on. Maybe when he left, if he would have left City and went to Arsenal, I would have been like, wow, what a signing. But if we're being honest, where does he fit into the Arsenal team? Because you've got Saka, you've got Martinelli, you've got Leandro Trossard, who comes off the bench and is an absolute wonderful asset for Arsenal. I know with the apparent exit for Reece Nelson is on the cards this evening. We'll have to see if something materialises for that. But other than that, where does he fit with this Arsenal team?
I think that I think for me probably the most realistic position is maybe like sliding into where Martinelli plays. I've heard a lot of kind of Arsenal fans within social media give Martinelli a lot of stick for not being clinical enough with chances and whatnot. And you know, you can criticise Sterling for maybe some of the performances in the past season or so, but you know, most of the time when he gets the ball, he can do something with it, and he's not got a bad shot on him. So for me, that's probably the most realistic spot. But then you're saying you're benching Martinelli and you're benching Trossard as well. And I understand they've got European football and they're all gonna, in stereotypical Premier League fashion, they're all gonna complain that they're playing too many games of football, but no, they have an abundance of wingers. I think the one thing that Arsenal need that for some reason they've still not addressed is an Ivan Toney, is an Osimhen, is an actual striker who can, you know, reliably finish chances.
I think that's interesting, and obviously I'm going to swap out for Owen in a second because I believe Owen wants to come and say something. But the last thing I'll leave you with is, we said it again on the first half, but the fact that the price tag allegedly for Ivan Toney was 40 million. How the hell is no Premier League side taking a chance on that? I don't understand it. You know, he could even go to United. I know they brought Joshua Zirkzee in and they've got Rasmus Holland, but I think he changes United. I think he would change Arsenal. He would definitely change Chelsea. I just don't understand it.
For me, in that Arsenal side, he gets 25 goals minimum in a season. You know, he reliably scores goals for Brentford, and it's no discredit to Brentford, but you compare them to Arsenal's squad and what they can offer, you know, a player like Ivan Toney, you know, it's worlds apart. And it's in my eyes, that kind of striker, that prolific, reliable striker is what has meant that Arsenal have just about, you know, been edged out by Man City. I think they need that striker, and that's it. It's, the fact that, you know, he's now potentially agreed to now go to Saudi, and let's be fair as well, probably throw his international career in the bin with it.
Yeah,
you know, right when he was on the brink of that England squad. It's a bizarre one to me, but I suppose money talks.
Right, boys. What I'm going to do now then is, so I will be back backwards and forwards, and then I'm going to come in about 11 to do my final goodbyes and say goodbye to everyone. I just wanted to let you know, in case you don't know, at the minute we've currently got over 4,000 viewers in the stream, which for the first live stream of the day is absolutely outrageous. So you boys deserve a lot of credit for keeping their numbers where they are after the break, and you are doing an amazing job. And I will be back to say my goodbyes on my final stream before I go on holiday to Vegas. So
you just had to fit that one in, didn't you? You had to just fit in that you were going to Vegas.
Yeah, I'll see you in about half an hour.
Yeah. All right, then, mate. We'll see you. I mean, it is. Thank you for everyone that's tuning in. Obviously, keep those thoughts coming. You know, would be nice to get your thoughts of what your club has done and or just what you think of the transfer business as usual. But we're now joined by Owen. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad. Just got back from work and I'm shattered, but excited to come on and talk a little bit about deadline day in Stevenage and what looks to be a last ditch waiting for that signing, hopefully, of Jake Young from Bradford.
Yeah, we'll get onto that. I think we'll just look at Stevenage as a whole. If you
What have you made of sort of your business now? Is it sort of one which you're happy with, or you maybe look at it maybe other than maybe Jake Young, in which it does look like it could happen? Is there maybe one or two in there that you maybe are a bit near about?
I think for us, it was always going to be about finding a striker. The last few weeks, especially, has shown that we're pretty good defensively, but we're just really struggling to score. And what looks to be that Jamie Reid and Presley are going to be out for could be a couple of months, even more than that. And List and Simpson's decent. Appiah works hard. List can't score. He's only scored one goal this season, and he's missed about 4 sitters. I've heard rumours that there is a player going the other way, with Jake Young coming to Bradford, coming to us. There's going to be another player going the other way. I'm hoping it's List, because just for me, I think also having Jake Young with Kemp, obviously how well they were last year for Swindon, I think it could work brilliantly. I think elsewhere, I think our business has been pretty good. Kennebo, what Norwich fans have been saying, that he could be quality as well. So I think our business has been pretty good all window, to be honest. We've strengthened where we could, and gone for experience. Revel's done a really good job, and I'm happy to have him in charge, especially of how Evans' start at Rotherham's been.
Yeah, I mean, we're all aware of Stevie Evans and his big antics. I say big. I wanted to get that word in there just to, be polite, really. But to just touch on just a little bit of the start of the season, I think with some of the players in which you have, and of course some of the existing ones that are still there. How have you found the start of the new League One campaign?
It's been tough, but like you say, it's a very tough league this year. I've only ever been to one game, which was the opening game against Shrewsbury, and we were pretty good in that game. Just struggled to score. We got one and won 1-0. Huddersfield was always going to be tough. They're a top side, and if List scored, where he should have without City missed, we could have even got a point out of that game. And then 0-0 against Burton was all right. Again, probably should have won that game. We had a few chances we should have buried. So, to be honest, I think 4 points from our opening 3 games ain't too bad. We look pretty good against Norwich in the Cup, and tomorrow's going to be an interesting one against Lincoln. That they're a top side, but I think we can get them. I think it's I know that they've been looking some good business. I know Saxon Early was rumoured earlier. I don't know if that's been the confirmed deal yet, but if that is, as a Stevenage fan, I think it's a quality signing for them. If you can get him back to how he was when he played for us a couple of years ago, it was a really good job for them. Luckily, I don't think he'll be able to play tomorrow. So I think the deal must be a little bit too late, hopefully. But yeah, I think we can do really well tomorrow. I think we can beat Lincoln. But yeah, sorry. I've just seen on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, we've got. Yeah, I wonder who put that one. I wonder if that's how we put it through.
Being their biggest rivals, I do not approve of that at all. Thanks.
Yeah. What's that be? 2-0 Stevenage tomorrow. That'll be the thing. 2-0 Stevenage, Kennebo double. But I'm interested to see. But like I say, if we can, hopefully this young deal looks like it is over the line. Make sure we can, push on and mid-table for me this year. I think has to be the aim.
Was it always going to be a case of, I think whatever happened, it was probably going to be really difficult to outperform last year. What he did there, obviously under Steve Evans, who, in which he had a terrific season, not a million miles off the playoffs. It was always going to be a difficult ask to sort of near enough emulate that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and this league is absolutely stacked to the brims. Huddersfield, obviously got the players. Birmingham have spent 30 million in League One, which is a joke. And I don't know, seriously, don't know how they haven't been FFP'd or anything like that, because that is a joke at this point. Seriously, you can't spend 28 million in League One? You can't do that. That's a joke at this point.
Birmingham clearly have. So,
surely there must be some sort of loophole that they've exploited, but that needs to be closed quickly. But But then you've also got, Peterborough, who are always going to be up there. Lincoln, I think, could be up there this year. You've even got, Rotherham, if they can get their act together. You've got top sides this year that, like last year was the year that because it was a bit of a weaker league. This year, it's way too strong. And if we, like I say, mid-table has to be the goal for us because it is such a strong league.
Yeah, just look at League One, and it's sort of I find it sort of difficult to maybe. So, someone's enjoying a nice thing song in the background, but I just sort of find it a little bit difficult. You see some of the things with the money that's been spent with the players that they have. I mean, we point the finger at Birmingham, but we also look at clubs like Huddersfield that have just come down, and a lot of money flying about, particularly at Wrexham as well. They've once again spent heavily this summer. But you quickly look down and then you're thinking, actually, there's not many teams in which you look at it. I feel like there's a little bit of a gap. I feel like there's quite a lot of teams in which you think, right, okay, yeah, they're going to be up there. But I don't think there's that many. There's like a little section in which you sort of think they're going to struggle this year.
Well, yeah, I think for me, it's your Shrewsbury's. I don't know. There's not really many teams there that I think I really
held on. Yeah,
Shrewsbury. But even then, they put some good business today in Alex Guehi. I think that's a really good signing for them.
I just find it bizarre with the one of his name escapes me. The one that's gone to Carlisle. Harrison Biggins, that's the one. I just find that bizarre. He joined 2 months ago.
He was if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't he at Doncaster not long back?
Yeah, he was. He scored a worldie against us a couple of years ago.
Absolutely. I'm still surprised you've got people like Nestor Guinness-Walker, Halib Adakun, and who haven't got a club.
Yeah.
There's some unreal players. Yeah, you saw it was Dwight Gale. He's still a free agent. It was
Martin Waghorn. People that I thought, especially a club in the top echelons of League One, a Peterborough, a Rotherham would go for someone like him with the experience. Whoever, seriously, why has Dwight Gale not been picked up? If you've got the money to afford him, he's going to score you 10, 15 goals in League One, and he's going to get you up. He did that. I don't know. I think he scored a couple last year, at the end of last year when he got picked up by Derby, and when Derby picked him up, and he scored a couple goals that made it crucial for them to go up.
I think I was right. I think I'm right in saying he was on trial at Stockport in the summer.
Yeah.
Not good for that. Yeah, they're another one that was spent.
Oh, there's so many free agents that you saw on that. What was it like that PFA team of the free agents that took on? Oh, what team was it?
Cambridge,
they escaped Cambridge, yeah.
Cambridge are going to struggle this year.
That team.
Oh yeah.
If you're looking at that team and you're looking on paper, that team does well in League One. That team is stable in League One. It's such a bizarre thing that all those players are still free agents.
Yeah. Well, but thanks guys for letting me be on it just for a quick. But yeah, hopefully the young deal gets announced in the next sort of half an hour. And yeah, excited for tomorrow, obviously. And I think we're going to win 2-1 or 2-0 because I think we'll finally get some goals in us this year.
I would say go for it because of the opposition, but if I'm going to be honest, with the greatest respect, I'm not massively fond of Stevenage. With the greatest respect, so
now we haven't got Evans, we can start to be a bit more well liked, hopefully.
Yeah. This was before Evans.
What have we done to you,
Bragate? I'm saying no.
Oh God, yeah. I just forgot about that.
I'm saying.
No.
I'm saying no more than that. But Owen, thanks for coming on, mate. Appreciate
thank you.
Speak to you soon. So I'll be hoping that that one goes through. We're joined by James, who is coming. How are you, mate?
Hello, I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too. Thanks, buddy. Can you just remind me of the team you support again? It's Swansea, isn't it? Is that the one?
Swansea, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm so out the loop with everything. Obviously, Championship club. I think we'll just go with the question. How have you found your summer so far?
I think it's been a tough summer for us. We've had a few we've needed a lot of players to come in, and I don't know if particularly we've got everyone we need. We made some good additions. I think Gonzalo Franco has been unbelievable since he joined from Morienzo. We've had Yomji Sung looks really good coming in from Guangzhou, and we had a few solid additions around the pitch. But I think we're probably still a few light in attack. We struggled a lot last season with like Jerry Yates. Didn't really come up to scratch at all season. Jamal Lowe was always just sort of popping up now and again with a goal, but wasn't really consistent. So I think we're looking for that consistent striker. And we did sign Vipotnik, but we're not really sure yet if that's going to be the long-term replacement because he's looked a bit slow so far.
Jamal Lowe giving me nightmares from the Carabao Cup in the week. Cheers for that. Thanks for reminding me he exists. Of course, Kieran. No, I mean, watch me there. But no, we'll look at the championship season as a whole. Have you sort of found that? I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, you got that draw with Cardiff the other day, and just a couple of other results. I say results as well. I mean, right in saying you lost to Middlesbrough. I can't remember.
Yeah, lost 1-0 to Middlesbrough. Beat Preston 3-0. Drew to Cardiff, and then we got knocked out the cup on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's one. How have you sort of found that start then?
I think Middlesbrough was a bit like, oh god, this could be a long season. Then we go to Preston and we play some of the best football I've seen us play in ages. And we win 3-0. We then go to Cardiff and we're really poor again, draw 1-1. And then on Tuesday night we're at the cup to Wickham and they absolutely played us off the park. And so it's a bit like that Preston result seems to be a massive anomaly in everything that's going on because we were so good in that game and we've been absolutely awful in every other game. So it's a bit like a very slow start. So we're just hoping that when these new signings get sort of used to the surroundings, get used to the league, it might be a bit better off in a few weeks' time.
This is a thing that I've been wanting to ask a kind of Swansea fan. Of course, you got Luke Williams, obviously managing the team now, and I remember it was last season. He was in the dressing room before the South Wales derby, and he started talking about the old Swansea way of playing football. The many years back. You look at all of the iconic players that you had while in the Premier League and all this other stuff. Do you see that kind of football starting to be adapted, or is it too early to tell with him?
I think you can sort of see it in the way we play. We keep the ball a lot. I think, that's the way we've done it was always quick passing, breaking through teams in the 3-4 passes and you're through. And I think you can sort of see that he's trying to do it, like with the passing system does work in a way, but at the same time, it's quite slow at times, especially Wickham on Tuesday. We sort of saw we had 75% of the ball and didn't have a shot on target. So it's just a bit like, there's not really much point having that much of the ball if you're just going to sit behind it all game and not do anything with it. So I think he is trying to do it, I think, but so far it's not really working out, I think, the way he wanted it to.
Yeah, because I watched the South Wales derby in my imaginary Swansea shirt, and that you could see glimpses of that old kind of quick possession-based football, the short passing and whatnot. But I did find it really frustrating that you'd get in good positions and then pass it backwards. It's one of those things that I'd imagine will take time, but I think you've had quite a relatively stable window for kind of the players you've lost, but we'll obviously see how it goes as the season progresses.
Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens.
Trying to see if there's any more League Two news, and we're seeing very little.
Yeah.
The last tweet that's been mentioned was that loan from Salford to Morecambe's. Obviously, we've got just under 30 minutes before the window closes, so I'm expecting in the next 10, 15 minutes or so for my laptop to not shut up. So that's going to be good fun.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some championship news as well. Derby County have signed Marcus Hartness, it looks like, from Ipswich.
It's a good deal. I like that.
That's a good deal for them, I think, for a club of Derby stature. There you go. It's a loan deal. I was sort of half expecting that to be a loan deal, in all fairness. But James, just quickly back to you. I mean, we've obviously talked about Swansea's whole. What have you sort of made of like the whole sort of championship shebang this year, as it were? Just sort of like with the quality of the teams this year.
I think there's. I don't know if it's easy to say if it was a bit better quality than last year. I don't think it is, to be honest. I think last year we had a few very good teams. I think just the fact that Leeds didn't go up probably says a lot about the quality of the teams that did, because that is one of the best teams probably not to go up in a while with the quality of players they had in that team. So I think this year, looking at Burnley, they've lost quite a few players. Again, they have made some great signings with Sarmiento and Anthony and players like that. Always going to replace who they lost for the money that they get for them players. But I think with the relegated teams, I don't think they're as strong as they were last year. I think obviously we don't have a club like Ipswich, for example, who's going to just appear out of nowhere. I think even clubs like Sunderland or Watford start stronger than most expected. There's probably clubs like Luton who started way worse than people expected. But I think with 3 games in, it's quite hard to tell where everyone's at. I think if you give it a few weeks after the window and all the clubs' players sort of got used to where they are and properly embed into the squad, I think we'll get a better idea of where everyone's at.
Yeah, there's not really much more to add to that. It's about 25 minutes now. It's just come up until that all-important deadline. It'd be nice to hear some of your thoughts. What have you made of your club's transfer window? Is there anything you still need to do in the last moments of the window? It'd be great to get your thoughts on that. But it's sort of, I say it's gone a bit quiet, but it's not.
I'm looking at it, that Burton news. I don't think we quite covered that, and it's really funny because we were obviously talking about Chelsea about 40 minutes ago. That signing that Burton made, it was forward Ronnie Stutter on a season-long loan from Chelsea. So it's bizarre, isn't it? We've talked about Chelsea and Burton. All of a sudden, Burton have signed a player from Chelsea. It was almost like they were watching this during the time.
I think they've had a couple from Chelsea because I believe their manager Charlie Webster, I think his name is. I think he was from Chelsea.
I think they've had a few loan players over the years, though, haven't they, from kind of established Premier League teams, and they've done all right. So, I suppose that long may it continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just sort of worrying a little bit about us. I mean, 24 minutes to the window and we still don't have this number 6. And to be honest, with the fact that it's gone so quiet, I'm not sure that will happen. So, cue the meltdown.
I'm looking forward to it.
No, not really on my part, just on everyone else's. But
no, it's gonna be on your part. If we're basing anything off of last Sunday's recording, it will be on your part.
It will be on my part, especially if we lose to Bradford tomorrow, which seems quite a high possibility.
It's bizarre. It is. I loved last week's recording. I thought it was good fun. I think you needed that therapy session.
I did go a little bit over the top, though, looking back, and I didn't really need to.
The fact we were able to make a video about your excuses, about how many excuses.
The thing is, they made that video. Yeah, it's great for views and all on like TikTok or whatever. But they generally weren't excuses. They were honestly facts, and I stand by it. I'm not taking the mic. Generally,
Ryan, I know you're backstage. Do me a favor, clip this and upload this as well.
No,
I'd like then more videos from that game showing that the goal was an offside and there wasn't a foul. I'd like to see all that again.
I'll send you.
I'm going to assume, this is the thing, and I saw that, Alex. I saw that you commented about it. Alex, of course, being a Newport fan. I'm not. I said it when I came on. I'm not fussed if we don't make any more additions. I do understand that. We do have an extra loan spot available, but I think that the mention from Hugh Jenkins and the kind of consensus I got from the management is that we weren't going to use them unless they would, regularly be in the team or whether they'd potentially have a longer term future at the club. So I'd like, if I'm going to be very specific, give us a left-footed centre back on loan. I understand that would be very. It'd be bizarre if we were to manage to have scouted one within the past day or so, but I'm not overly fussed if we don't use it. I suppose we've got it then potentially stocked up for January should injuries arrive, because knock on wood, we've been all right with injuries. We've had one or two, but we've replaced them well. So the hope is that I think we've got a stronger squad in depth than we did last season. So hopefully, again, knock on wood, we'll be all right, and we won't need to utilise that that kind of fifth loan signing.
I mean, we've still got another one, but it's like I said, it's got to be the right player. And I keep saying this, we really need this number 6. The amount of times I've gone on to say that, we've been we play through really easily. We lack that real midfield presence. I'd take a look at Saidu Khan at Tranmere, who they signed today from Swindon on loan. He'd have been perfect for us. He'd have been absolutely perfect. He's the caliber of player that we sort of need. It's a great sign for Tranmere either way. But at the same time, I do look at our squad. We are still pretty thin, especially in midfield. Jordan Davis out for 3 months is a massive blow. Absolutely huge after how well he started for us. Hopefully, they'll sign a Jaden Luca today, brings that little bit of quality in midfield, and we know what Justin Abiku can offer, who we signed on loan for the season to some fans' delight and some not. I think it's clear to say, but I think you've still got to look at it. He's still a young lad learning his trade. He was incredibly raw, but that was the least I expected from someone like him. He's a tall lad, needs to be stronger. Probably will get stronger. The thing is, I've seen all sorts of rubbish tonight, in which for the fans that are against it, I mean, he's got a dreadful first touch and all that. Apparently, there were 4 League One clubs after him, and I've seen some suggestions that apparently Dave Artell's a liar for saying that because they think of his quality. First of all, it'd be a really weird thing to lie about. I think straight off the bat. But yeah, I'm not against that at all. I mean, the main thing we needed, I've always said we needed a striker today. We've got that. I mean, I've always said we probably needed a midfielder in. We've got that. It's just more of a defensive line, sort of like a number 6. But I think we're sort of looking like we're pinning all our hopes to Curtis Thompson coming back, which I sort of think is a little bit unfair, actually, with the sort of disjointed preseason he's had. So I don't want us to really pile on of him too much. But I'm waffling on a bit here. There's a lot to talk about. We'll probably get into a little bit more on Sunday when we record. Down to the last 19 minutes, Giovanni Lo Celso as to Real Betis has apparently been confirmed. Just seeing a couple of other loser, another one on set. Yeah, there's not really much more to add unless any of you have seen anything.
Stevenage is set to announce Jake Young. I think we can finally say, because they've tweeted the night is still young. And then MK Dons
it's bizarre. We saw that link last season between Dan Kemp and Jake Young. That was, of course, they were lone players at Swindon, which they'll probably be kicking themselves over in hindsight. But yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? And there's the breaking news on the Victor Osimhen deal. Yeah. It looks like it is. Looks like it's off, but Again, I think that's the only, we talked about it earlier, it's the only thing that I think Chelsea are missing is that kind of reliable number 9. But whatever, they can play a 11-a-side team of wingers, I guess. They'll do that instead, I'm sure. But
they could probably make about 4 Scots worth.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Other than maybe up front. I mean, I feel like that Osimhen story has been going on for at least a week, in which Chelsea are really interested, but they haven't really seemed to do much.
Yeah,
that's what I've sort of got from that.
Yeah, I mean, some would say it's a deadline day panic buy because there's only really been any form of development now. But I feel like it would have been a really sensible deal. But yeah, in a brief move back to Stevenage, having now Dan Kemp, Jake Young permanently at a club that, you'd imagine they outperformed last season. It's a really, really, I think it's a really good signing and a good pair of signings that hopefully will, for Owen's sake anyway, will benefit their goal scoring issues, because they linked really well last season for the first half, of course. But I suppose my question now is, what happened to the Fleetwood deal with Jake Young? Because the last I heard, that was over the line. When did that collapse?
Stevenage just must have come in with a better deal, in which, I mean, with them as well, he's got the luxury of playing in League One. I think that might have been there, but it's just that's just speculation. But it's a terrific sign for them. I think it's just a case of it's finally done. I feel like it's sort of been a long time coming. This, you could tell that it's just not worked out at Bradford. It's just not at all. But we can see that in League Two, especially the amount of quality he has got. You look at his spell at Swindon. I mean, the fact he's been reunited with Dan Kemp is perfect. I think it's just whether they can do it in the league above in a different team and perhaps maybe a different style. Probably not to the extent that they absolutely tore up League Two. But I don't think there's any reason why they can't sort of emulate some sort of form from there.
I mean, I feel like there's definitely the justification to say that it's a brilliant pair of signings if you're basing it off of anything of what they did last season, albeit League One, especially this season, is such a jump up from what League Two is. It usually doesn't have this much of a massive gap. But no, I don't think Jake Young was ever particularly going to work at Bradford. I really don't think that their football suited him. It's a lot more of I suppose, an organised team system base, and that you've seen Bradford, and sometimes their players aren't as free to roam and everything. But the reality is that Stevenage potentially, they're a little bit more of a free roaming team that will allow Jake Young and Dan Kemp to almost just do what they want to do, because that. After watching Swindon last season, that's exactly what happened. They just allowed them to do what they did, and it worked really, really well.
Exactly. We've got Aaron back.
I'm back, boys. Have you missed me?
Massively, mate.
I missed you so massively that I cannot see your face on the screen at the moment. That's how much. Now I can. There's his beautiful face.
Nice.
There he is. Nice. Missed you so much, man.
So I come with breaking news. Actually, the second biggest transfer. So depending on Stansfield getting done on time, which I think obviously is going to happen, the second biggest transfer in the league has just took place in Keeler Dunn going to Barnsley.
So it is done.
So yeah, that is massive. But just to end off, I want to ask you the same questions that I asked the host of the first half. And I'm going to say excluding Jay Stansfield because I think it's quite a cop-out. What do you think the signing of the night has been? Kieran, I'll start with you.
I can cop out of this now, and I can just say Keeler Dunn because I do generally think he is. I think he is the best signing in the EFL. Again, I'm not going to cop out and say like Stansfield because I think that's... I wouldn't say it anyway because I think that's just kind of really unfair, and it's like me saying to you the sky's blue. But that Davis Keeler Dunn deal is unreal. I still do think technically he was the best player last season in the entirety of League Two, and I think that Barnsley, albeit maybe they missed more of a striker than what Keeler Dunn is. He's a little bit more of a wider player, but let's be fair, he's going to slide into that team and he's going to perform.
Sorry, just to cut across, West Brom and Albion are making a very late charge. They've just put out a tweet saying, let's wrap up a day of West Brom and Albion reunion, shall we?
Well, there we are.
So
go on, West Brom.
I'll keep across to see who that is.
I'll keep on. I've got the League Two page on refresh as we speak.
Also, Darren McAntony is back on Twitter for the Posh fans, saying we've got one over the line. Posh fans news coming soon.
Fantastic.
So
fantastic. So we have a little bit more to recover.
As always, the busiest time of deadline day is always the last 20 minutes. For some reason, unbeknown to us, it always happens every year. It's like all the clubs wake up and be like,
It's the dramatic way of doing it, though, isn't it? Announcing it a minute before the window shuts or bang on cue. It's just the dramatic way of doing it. If you do it at 10 o'clock, who cares?
Milton Keynes signing incoming. I don't know why I just called them by the full name.
There we are. We've got the news about Sterling. We've got the news about Sterling. It seems that is going to be over the line, which the fact he's now played for, he's played for Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea and Arsenal. He got very, very close. And I don't know whether you've seen this. Do you remember that it was on FIFA? This guy, and every time you'd score and celebrate and run to the camera, he'd either be, depending on what team you were playing as, he'd be wearing that kit. But it's exactly the same guy. And he's got a City kit on, a Liverpool one, a Chelsea one, and a
he's like
United
that
one.
guy
He
that turned up
very
to all of the like that guy that
all
turned
the
up to all the
games
World
in
Cup
the
games with
shirt.
different kits on.
Yeah, he was
Um,
very close to becoming that FIFA animated character, but
Oh.
Arsenal, you
Palace
know,
have
if
just
you
announced
want
the signing of Eddie Nketiah.
Very good
Allegedly, I
signing.
should say, because we've not got it as a confirmed source, but that's one of our people.
is it a
that's
there we land
shout
by
saying
the
it.
main
So I
man?
wonder whether I'll just do some chasing up to see if that is actually taking place.
Can I
Yeah, I
just,
think
can I just say something of what Fabrizio Romano's just tweeted? Just seen it in chat about that Fulham that sign that Fulham player in which they're trying to get. Apparently, it's on the verge of collapsing after new issues.
Ooh.
10 minutes
Also,
ago until that
Also,
window.
how many deals do you think we'll get where the extension of paperwork comes in? Because I think we'll see a few here. I think we'll see a few. I think the Ivan Toney deal, unless I've missed something in the last 10 minutes, it's still not been confirmed that he's going to Saudi yet, has it, by any of the clubs? So we've still got that to come in. We've still got the Jadon Sancho deal to Chelsea to come, even though that's edging closer. So I wonder whether we'll see some actual deals get confirmed past the 11 o'clock deadline.
I think for clubs that hope, especially at the low leagues, hopefully no late cock-ups this year. I mean, it's sort of been past couple of years in which we've seen a couple with Johnson, Clark Harris to Bristol Rovers, the one with Luke Armstrong at Wrexham. Hopefully none of them.
I think the greatest moment I've ever experienced in my lifetime, I don't know if you remember it, on a transfer deadline day, is when Leeds told the fan base to stay awake just to announce that they'd sold two players in the space of 10 minutes. And one of them was Dominic Polian to Oldham Athletic, it was very funny back in the day, I remember. But yeah, exactly. Hopefully everything goes off without a hitch, and it's been a very successful stream. I would have to say I can't believe we are 3 hours 21 minutes in, by the way, and we've not dropped below 3,500 viewers all night either. So that is superb.
We've got the news on the Peterborough transfer. I'm going to try and pronounce this. Brad Ironhoven from Colchester has joined Peterborough for an undisclosed fee. That's the news that's come out. That's probably an awful pronunciation of his name. Ironhoven. Good attempt. Nice. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. It's a
name
the
West Brom reunion, by the way, is the return of Mason Holgate on loan.
Nice.
That's an unreal signing. Said no one.
That is the reunion that West Brom have had. I'm just refreshing the page to see if there's
a really shit reunion, isn't it?
Yeah. Fulham now lead the race for Reece Nelson. Where does that come from?
Where did that come from?
Actually, just going back to West Brom, I know you mentioned Mason Holgate. I know we're talking about what's probably would have been one of the best transfers.
Sorry, I just need to cut across here. I don't know whether we've mentioned it. I can't remember whether you mentioned it. So apologies if you have. But MK Dons are about to make a signing, and also Stevenage have confirmed Jake Young now.
Yeah, I think this MK signing was Joe White, who was at Crewe last year. Really good signing that.
Yeah.
From what I've seen.
I'm just scrolling through every team to see if we've got any late things going on. Nothing coming out of Swindon. Nothing posted yet by Paul Bale.
Praying that Oldham just post a picture of a stone, but because there's no National League deadline, maybe that can happen as the season goes. Who knows? Who knows?
I think the one deal that I think has been that, and this will come as a shock to no one, the one deal that a lot of Swindon fans want, if you take a guess on who it is, I bet you'd never guess. A certain player who plays in Scotland at the minute, a certain McCurdy. Everyone, I've seen so many Swindon fans want him back again, but I haven't heard anything about it.
Not for me either.
Look at Chow putting in the bloody chat as well that he's had no signings, so he's not been busy. Lucky for some.
It looks like
we've made no signings.
I mean, we've made 2 today, and I think that will probably be our last. I can't see us making any more now, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. But you never know. I just can't
I
see it
mean,
now.
We've had the confirmation that Cheltenham don't look to be making any more business. They've tweeted that they've had a quiet deadline day, and they'll see their fans tomorrow in Warsaw.
I guess the question I'm going to pose right now, I have to say this allegedly so I don't get into trouble, but unless we hear something otherwise in the next 6 minutes, do we have to presume that the Ivan Toney deal or any Ivan Toney deal has fallen through?
Saudi Arabia have till Monday.
Right, okay, I didn't know that.
Today.
Yeah, their transfer window's Monday.
Right,
Yeah,
nice.
But it obviously depends on. I'm not sure if anything depends on like Brentford in this country, but I don't know. But
yeah, no, I feel like it'll be a thing of like they'll be able to make that addition because their window doesn't shut, but it just means that that Brentford won't be able to kind of capitalise and bring anyone in.
Yeah, I'd imagine it'll be all right. I don't think it's any problem.
Yeah. So it's being reviewed, and it's
Tyler
almost.
Roberts has gone to Northampton on loan from Birmingham.
That's a bizarre. I remember Tyler Roberts. He was
You can basically call me Fabrizio Romano, by the way, because as soon as I mention Ivan Toney and movement or not movement, we have got some breaking news that from Fabrizio Romano that the paperwork is currently getting reviewed. So it looks like that could be done.
Yeah. 5 minutes to go. We are very nearly there.
5 to go. Yeah, so that Northampton deal for Tyler Roberts, that's bizarre because I remember wasn't he the one that used to play for Leeds and was one of those big up and coming prospects, but I think injuries and stuff have kind of prevailed him from reaching that. Same with there's like a few signings in League Two, Ben Woodburn, for example, and George Byers, those players that are probably, if you look at them on paper, too good for the divisions that they're in, but injuries have kind of prevented them from getting reliable game time. Bristol Rovers are not done. They're on their way to bringing someone in.
A nice little fun question to round things off. What is the one signing that your club has nearly pulled off on a deadline day that you can remember that actually never happened? I'll start with Oldham, actually, and the one I remember, and it's actually in his book. Oldham had the chance to sign Jamie Vardy for £50,000 when he was at Fleetwood, and our chairman back in the day, Simon Corney, said that the risk was too high, and we didn't end up signing him. And now look at Jamie Vardy; he's won the Premier League, he's in the Premier League, and it never came off. So that's the one for us that sticks in my mind.
I'm going to make the assumption, because it happens every window. It hasn't happened this window, but Wilfred Bonney. It happens every summer. Every summer, it's always mentioned.
Every summer. That's probably why.
Goals for Swansea.
We go well.
It's such a
Also, I'm quite disappointed that we've done a 3.5 hour stream. We've done a 3.5 hour stream, and none of us have got any bit of yellow on. By the way,
I wanted to. I don't have. Oh no! I could have just worn our away shirt. That's yellow. Oh,
yeah, that'll do. That's not yellow. That's orange, but the light makes it look yellow. That'll do.
We have 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left of the window. Sorry.
You heard him. It'd be great to get your thoughts of what you thought of your transfer window. Of course, keep
so we've got So we've got the news that Bristol Rovers aren't done. They're going to sign someone directly on deadline, which is really nice of them. Always good fun. I'm going to look into the replies. So this is all allegedly. I'm looking into the replies to see if there's any mentions of names. You've got Ladapo. Don't know who that is.
Freddie Ladapo from
Freddie Ladapo.
That's the one.
Just been released.
Yeah, that's one that's being mentioned, and someone else has put in the comment as well. Freddie.
Oh my!
Someone else has put in there.
Burnley have just won the transfer window for the most difficult name to pronounce. I don't know whether somebody wants to have a go, or whether we'll just say Burnley have made a signing.
Get his name, Ryan. Get his name up. I'll give it a go. Get his name up.
I think oh god.
I can say that with Mason Holgate.
Yeah, Mason Holgate. Yeah, that was easy enough. Things it's even difficult. Yeah, it's difficult really not here because I'm not wearing my
Charles
glasses.
just put in big capital letters in our private chat, by the way, so I have to say allegedly. But he's just put Will Grigg in big capital letters. Now, I don't know who that's supposed to be to. Or
Maybe he's referring to the
the
question
day.
about the deadline day thing that never happened. Maybe.
Oh, right, okay.
Perhaps,
that makes
yeah.
sense.
Maybe. Allegedly.
Less than 1 minute to go now. Oof.
Less than 1 minute, guys, and there's going to be about 50 million more things that will take us up another hour. I can't wait.
Well, we are on air till 11:30. But yes.
Plenty of time.
Is the transfer window.
The window is
Wait.
shut.
No, 5 seconds. Hang on. 3
Let's
seconds.
pop to 11
2
on my
seconds.
brain.
And it's shut now. It's shut now.
Oh, shut. The window is shut. Shad Ford. Wait,
Yeah.
Shaq Ford is the signing at Bristol Rovers.
That's a very good signing now.
Permanent move as well. That's good.
Permanent. Wow.
That's a really good signing.
Jay Ben's
actually.
joined Bradford on loan from Lincoln.
Who's it? Sorry, who's that?
Jay Ben.
Jay Ben.
Defender from Lincoln.
Oh yeah, that name rings a bell.
Right, we'll have a look at the League Two account, see if anything else has been reposted by them, because I can't be bothered to open up all 24 tabs individually. Thank you.
While we do this, I'm gonna open up the question for the people in the comments and watching us live, but I'm also gonna open it for you guys as well. If you had to give this summer window a mark out of 10, what are we saying for it?
For what in terms of what? Like
In terms
activity?
of like activity, but also excitement. I feel like it's been quite a numb down transfer window actually.
Yeah, there's been a few deals that have been really exciting, but in comparison to usual summers, you'd probably say like a 5. That is not as much as a usual summer in my eyes, but that's not a bad thing by any stretch. It makes the bigger signings stand out more.
No, of course. I think in years gone by, you've probably seen like transfers, and with the amount of money that's being spent, obviously it's been a lot calmer this year. With especially in the Premier League, got certain rules to follow. But yeah, I mean,
Birmingham.
Unless you're Birmingham City, yeah, they'll just spend who they want.
Which, speaking of which, with the whole Birmingham thing, there's it's now past 11 o'clock, and there's no mention of Jay Stansfield. So whether maybe they're making an announcement video as we speak, and it's all been signed and all that other stuff. But as of 2 minutes past 11, there's nothing. But we'll have to see.
Sorry. The Wigan correspondent is tweeting that the a loan deal for Oldham Athletic and Josh Stones is no longer out of the equation.
Oh yeah, forgetting that. When's the National League window shut?
There isn't one. The registration.
Oh wait, no. Doesn't it like close temporarily in March or something?
The registration window shuts in March.
Yeah.
Ah, you lucky things. Look at you and no deadline day.
I know.
Yeah, I don't like it though. I do like the buzz of like deadline day.
We've just had a thing put in the chat from Ryan. Birmingham City hopeful they've completed the deal for Jay Stansfield from Fulham in time. Different values for the deal from different sources, but clear Birmingham will pay in excess of 12 million.
12 million.
Which is almost 4 times the transfer record paid by a League One club since the window's begun. That is mental.
League One. I feel like
League One. 4 times the biggest ever signing in League One.
Absolutely.
It's not just a bit over. I don't know who the previous most expensive player in League One was. Check their price.
Probably this window.
Probably signed. Actually, yeah, probably. Let's be fair.
I don't actually know what it is though.
Well, again, my question is: if they were this desperate to get Jay Stansfield, why would they leave it to last minute? I understand you want the drama and whatnot, but get all the things the kind of legal shit over the line first, please. Makes it very stressful.
And also, unless they've got a paperwork extension as well, what has happened with the Jadon Sancho deal?
I will open it up as we speak.
Yeah, I'm not really following. In a minute, I should probably have a look.
I'll open up Fabrizio's page to see if he's posted anything about it.
Yeah, probably all eyes on him. Journalists at the minute.
So we've got a few other things. Reece Nelson to Fulham, agreement done after Ipswich Town deal is off. Documents are being prepared to get done in time. Medical tests going on for Raheem Sterling at Arsenal. Clubs are working on the documents. The Eddie Nketiah deal to Palace is done. There's no mention here about Jadon Sancho. So, is it the same in the Premier League? Does it shut at 11, or do they have a little bit more of an extension?
Yeah. Unless it,
you have to. The way I see it, unless Ryan might correct me if I'm wrong, I think you have to apply for a paperwork extension at least 45 minutes before you intend to put a deal through. So, yeah. Sancho loan expected to complete.
That makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie. I still think 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Oh bloody hell! It's been a long night. I still think 25 million is a good deal. I think, and I might be the only Sancho supporter on the planet, and I'm okay with that. But I do see something in him. I don't think. I know people say, "Oh, he's a Bundesliga," and maybe that's why. But I don't think you go from someone that was ripping up the Bundesliga 4 years ago to just the ghost it is now. I just think he needs confidence.
Yeah, but I've always felt that he needed somewhere to maybe settle down a little bit. I mean, we've seen his time at United, and now I say sort of unsettled with there. I mean, the relationship with Erik ten Hag is clear to see. But we know that he's got quality in abundance. We've just got to take a look at his line at Borussia Dortmund.
I don't see.
Chelsea. I'm just not.
I'm not convinced Chelsea's the right move for him if he wants to settle down, given the amount of wingers that are already in that team.
Yeah.
There's a good play. Yeah, there's a good play there. I'm just not sure Chelsea's the right move.
Yeah, I would have even said, like a bloody Man City would have been more bloody capable for him because there's not as much.
Could you imagine that career path?
Yeah,
Man City's youth academy. The United back to Man City.
Yeah, City, Dortmund, United, City again. You'd not be surprised. Let's be fair. At the end of the day, you look at Raheem Sterling's career now. He's played for Liverpool, City, Chelsea, supposedly now Arsenal as well. So if he could just maybe before he ends his career, go Tottenham afterwards and then finish his career at United, go to all big six teams and be hated equally by all of them.
That is a dream career path, really, isn't it? Like, in terms of big clubs.
Yeah.
And that's what you can say for somebody about Raheem Sterling. People can complain, how's he getting these big deals? But he's a good enough player for some of the best teams in the world to be wanting to go after him time and time again,
So Ryan's clarified how the deadline day kind of works when it comes to it shutting and paperwork. He says you need to have the deal sheet submitted by the deadline, but it gives you an hour after the window shuts to complete the paperwork. So technically, we could see signings come in now before, after we popped off at 11:30, we could see signings at 12 o'clock, which wouldn't be ideal. Let's be fully honest. But
there has been that has happened and probably might happen.
Yeah, it's happened. There's plenty of either way. I think it's been a relatively actually exciting stream. For the first one that we've done, it's got a phenomenal response. There have been some fun stories that have been developed over the course of the evening, and I've enjoyed it. It's been good fun. But it's just about wrapping it up now and seeing if anything else is waiting to be confirmed.
Yeah, Peterborough have said that they're announcing one more in 10 minutes.
One more in 10 minutes. They've just signed one guy from bloody
I love,
Colchester, so they had two more. The only Lions.
I love Frank Rothwell, but I have a lot of admiration for how Darren McTominay continuously runs Peterborough United. The transparency with him, and up until the point where he started to get a bit crazy on social media, also the transparency with Andy Holt at Accrington Stanley. Them two for me are the two best owners in terms of being so transparent with the football, with their own football fans. I think we should see more of it really in football. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I'd certainly say so. I mean, Darren McCanty in particular is one that I'm a huge fan of. I mean, that's just what you want from a chairman. I mean, you mentioned Andy Holt as well. I mean, as open as he is, I mean, a couple of maybe question marks on some of the stuff he said in the past, but we did get that on our side with Jason Stockwood when he was owner. I mean, he's now moved over to vice chair and has taken over from Andrew Pettit, his work partner, but he was very open, like, you know, and that's all. And as fans, that's all you want. You're just a little bit of transparency of what's going on, where this player's gone, what money's gone in here, and you know, and whatnot, and just everything, you know, just to keep you in the loop of everything. And it goes a long way. It goes a long way.
In my eyes, I think there's a level of being too open and too transparent about certain things, and in Andy Holt's kind of regard, sometimes, you know, he's maybe tweeted things in the heat of the moment, which probably hasn't benefited him or Accrington too much. Not that it's worsened them, but you know, I'd love. Yeah, I like transparency. You know, when like you talk Peterborough's owner, sometimes he's posting about all the transfers before the club account is, which I find hilarious. But you know, when he's being transparent about where money's gone, what's being developed, and kind of the plans for what he has going into this season and beyond, I'd like that. And I think there's too many owners that you don't hear anything from. You know, you hear very little until something goes wrong or something goes really right.
To put across to you, it looks like the League One transfer record is about to be smashed open finally by Birmingham City, because they are starting to tease the Jay Stansfield deal, and it is coming out now.
Stick to the book.
It is coming out now as well by the looks of it that Birmingham are actually going to pay around in excess of 12 million. So it might be 10 million up front and then 12 million by add-ons. I don't know how they're going to do it, but like I keep saying, we don't want to keep going over old things, but that's ludicrous. That is ludicrous for League One level. And the comparison I give it earlier doors was the fact that I know it's different, but Federico Chiesa signed for Liverpool for 11.5. So he's only actually $1.5 million away from a Premier League top 6 signing. You know what I mean? It's crazy, really.
One's a Euro winner, one's dropping down to League One. I'm just seeing Birmingham's tweet as well. It doesn't look like Jay Stansfield will be the only one. It looks like they're bringing another one in. It looks like a Japanese fella.
Yeah, they're the graphic has all these players that they've signed over the window. They've then got in the middle of the graphic, they've got this Japan flag, and then the bottom right they have a sticker free. So it looks like we're getting a couple names through the door. Either that, or they just like having the bottom right corner reserved. Who knows?
You never know. Be quite funny if
maybe that's where the League One trophy goes at the end of the season. Who knows?
I tell you, I know I said it earlier doors, but if these two tinies do come in and they don't win the league, I think it's a catastrophe.
Yeah, I agree. I've always been adamant at that with their spending and their quality.
Apparently, I'm gonna give it a go. The Japanese international is from Celtic, and it's Tomoki Iwata.
Yeah.
I hope I did that.
That again, that's an unreal signing. You know, like that's top League One signing anyway. You know, like you take Jay Stansfield, Birmingham have probably had the top 3 signings of the entire division anyway.
Yeah.
So
Nothing comes close.
it's
I don't-
unreal.
I
Again, in
don't
my
really-
eyes, I don't even think winning the league by 4 or 5 points is convincing enough. I think they need to be getting 100 points minimum with the
They
squad
have to.
they've got.
They have to wipe the floor with that league.
They literally have to, they can afford to lose 2 games. That's it. It's unreal to me. It's like putting Man City up against the Championship. You'd expect Man City to get near enough go unbeaten for the whole league, other than maybe one slip up.
Yeah.
Unreal.
We do like Birmingham, honest.
We do like Birmingham. But
we like Birmingham, but they get to a point now where they've got that much money that it's almost the expectation is their expectation is so high internally that it has to be the same externally as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not that discredit, is it, to Birmingham? You can't ignore the fact that their business is good, but it's that good that they have to be winning the league. They are the Manchester City of League One. That's what they are.
We are, unfortunately, in the last 15 minutes of the stream, and I would just while we're here, because you see our beautiful 4 faces on the stream right now, but currently there is a massive team of people behind the scenes and in the backstage studio, including our wonderful producer and boss of the deck, Ryan Whelan, who has been working relentlessly this evening to keep everything ticking. And so I think he deserves some credit. I also would like to thank everyone else that has been popping around transfers. I would also maybe like to just say to you guys again, well done for coming in and doing such a massive job, keeping the numbers ticking over. And I think for our first stream, this has been very, very successful. It's gone a lot better than I could ever have imagined it. And this is I don't want to sound like the expectant boss now, but to me, this is the benchmark. If we can do this once, we can do it again, So
Absolutely.
we know we can hit these levels now, and we wouldn't be able to do that without you, wonderful listeners and viewers of tonight. So I think we've got to be really proud of our efforts tonight as a collective.
Definitely.
Absolutely. I just want to add a couple more things. Obviously, first of all, thank you for everyone else that's tuned in. Obviously, before us with the 2 lads from the League One Lowdown as well. Really good support on this, and as you say, massive numbers tonight. And of course, this won't be possible with us. Obviously, big shout out to Ryan and everyone behind the scenes back there. Also, want to give a massive shout out to everyone on the writing side of the deck. It's been a busy summer. There's a lot been going on, and especially today, it's certainly been all hands on deck for quite a lot. Yeah. I sort of love these puns, but no, they've been terrific all summer, and a big shout out to them on the day. But we are wrapping up.
Also, this just shows how my brain works, because I said to Ryan maybe an hour before we come on, I'm not sure whether I'm going to be able to make it tonight because I'm obviously going away and whatever else. And then I've just stayed around for 4 hours and done the whole thing. So it's been a good night. It's been a very good night.
Yeah,
we've got a lot of things coming from Fabrizio Romano, just to very quickly cover. You've got Leganés have completed the deal to sign Sebastian Haller from Dortmund on a loan for a season.
Colchester are making another signing.
Edouard is joining Leicester City from Crystal Palace. Agward has signed for Real Sociedad from West Ham. Morato and James Ward-Prowse have signed for Nottingham Forest. And Raheem Sterling to Arsenal is here we go on a loan move from Chelsea.
Here we go.
Those deals are over the line.
I'm not going to speculate, but I think my head might fall off if somehow, and this is just a rumour, by the way, that I'm making up. If somehow, because Colchester fans seem to be thinking it could be possible, somehow Freddie Ladapo returns to Colchester to end the night, that would be
if that happens, Colchester win the transfer window.
That
in
would
League Two.
top the window off just in League Two. Just so nice.
They were. Oh, well, they win the transfer window. Where's their fucking trophy? Get it out for them.
I mean, we see quite a lot of
God.
other clubs in the league that maybe have maybe have a chance. I mean, it's just some of the stuff at Port Vale, but Colchester, if my God, just before that, I mean, they've had a terrific window as it were.
Yes.
Just a few
Although
times.
Ryan does sound very salty backstage now because he has just put Lincoln B team. Now,
Danny Callier right there, yeah, can't really argue. Sani is trusted old pals. Quite a few of them as well.
to be fair, it's
like
only
Hugh
like
Jenkins,
it's only
it's
like
like Hugh
Mickey Mellon's
Jenkins
been older than
and
we are basically Tranmere 4 years ago at the minute. So
Yeah. To be fair, like Hugh Jenkins' Newport is just old Swansea. Just a new branded Swansea City of League Two.
We've had a knack of signing players from Lincoln over the past few years, in which they've been clearly a.
And you've had the knack of losing Omar Bogle, you idiot.
And that, and which Chow honestly, Chow mentioned earlier the fact that if Omar Bogle's your key signing, then there's something going wrong. He'd probably be ours, and it'd be ours in a heartbeat.
If Colchester have signed Ladapo, I don't know what the link. If there's been any links, I haven't seen any. But if it is
confirmed,
yeah, Jay Stansfield to Birmingham is over the line.
Birmingham haven't confirmed it, but Fulham.
Let's have a look at what the comments are for on this Colchester tweet again, allegedly. Somebody's asking for a striker. Somebody's asking that it is not a new reserved goalkeeper. Everyone's wanting it to be a striker.
And Ladapo is in there. Ladapo, somebody's gone, oh, Admin, you dirty little tease, and that is past the watershed, so I can get away with it. This is going to be interesting. Definitely.
Oh, they're announcing it at past, aren't they? Of course they are. Of course, it doesn't have to be 25 past or 20 past. God damn it! I'm livid.
I remember in January, you mentioned about
that comment from you. That comment is insane, by the way. Birmingham City have spent more than Liverpool.
That's ridiculous.
That is insane.
And Liverpool has signed a Euros winner.
Yep.
In that as well. And
Can you remind me which team he beat in the final?
Port Vale are making one more signing as well.
Well done, Jake.
They beat Port Vale in the Euros final. Oh, Alex, go away. I saw that comment about an hour and a half ago, but no. Shush.
I hate that I word at the minute, injuries. Hate it.
The I word. That's how much you hate it as you won't even acknowledge it as a word.
No, I'm not at this point. Especially after Dave's injury, I've just lost all will for that word.
I gotta say, by the way, this is so cruel from Colchester. They've put an announcement out at 11:15. They're away to Accrington tomorrow. That's a long trip. They're away to Accrington.
I was going to say, it's crazy to think that we are sat here at 11:30 at night, 11:20 at night, and it is a game week tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't play tomorrow, we play Monday, so it's fun for me.
Yeah, but for us, it's match day,
Well, it's not match day yet. Actually, we need to get that. We need to get the N'Golo Kante tweet out ready to post at midnight on the 40th Fever account as well.
It's scheduled. Don't worry.
It's already scheduled. Good man.
Of course. I'm always going to
come on, Colchester. Tell us who it is so we can go to bed, please.
Oh, it's Ladapo. It has to be. Come on.
Yeah. Oh no, it's
be Ladapo.
The thing is, we're on about the teams making prolonging transfer signings. I remember Crew in January, because I remember it sort of feel like it was a toss up between us and them for Charlie Kirk. And they sort of announced a teaser at about 11, and I swear they didn't announce it until about 1:15. They sort of just left it.
Yeah, we did that. I don't remember. We did that. We did that a couple seasons ago. I don't remember who we were and we announced a lone player who played 2 games and he was shite in both of them. But
we put out as well, just completely off record as well. I'm guessing the majority of us in this call currently are going to be up for 9 o'clock tomorrow to get Oasis tickets, or at least try and get Oasis tickets. So, yeah.
Nah, I'm all right. I got Oasis in the fridge. I'm all good.
I shouldn't have laughed at that as much as I did, but
Yeah, it's late. It's late.
It's come at an
The
awful
low-hanging
time.
fruit is funny. It's late.
It's come at an awful time for me because I've got no money.
Ivan Toney's going to Saudi Arabia. Here we go.
Break my heart, Ivan. England have effectively just lost their best penalty taker, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, oh no.
Pressure, what pressure?
Carlos
What
Soler has joined West Ham on loan from PSG, by the way.
Charlie, my jealousy is through the roof right now. I suggest you stop.
Charlie, yeah, shut
Charlie,
up.
I don't. Charlie, it's in me fridge, man. I don't need to buy tickets online
Right,
to get
you can't reverse the joke.
I can make it twice. I can make it twice. It's late. I can make the joke twice.
You can't keep milking that one, though.
Yes, I can. It's not milk.
Anthony
it's a
Scully's
slop.
gone to Colchester on loan. Not quite familiar with that, though.
Is that it? Anthony Scully, isn't it? Oh, wow.
Anthony, Colchester signing more London players. Is that?
Thanks, Charlie, mate. Appreciate it. What flavour have you got? Because obviously they have more than one flavour of Oasis. Have you got the stereotypical, you know, like berry? Yeah, have you got like the summer berry, or have you got like the orange one because you're weird?
It's a bit harsh. He's been working out all
It's a good
night.
man. No, if you drink orange Oasis, you're weird. Don't care. It's such a better flavour, literally next to him.
What about standard orange juice?
That's all right.
That's all right.
I do prefer. I'll be honest with you. I do prefer apple juice, but you know, we'll do. That'll do.
Consider you massive child.
Not for me.
Apple juice is good, man.
For some,
we have.
What do you mean good for some? Oh well, Anthony Scully, you've ruined my life.
We have 4 minutes left of the stream, so in that honour, I mean, it might be harder for you guys because maybe I know you came a bit later, but what would you say the highlight of the stream has been tonight? I will probably say it. I was having to, well, me specifically, having to panic and come on the stream early doors when people were rumouring the Jake Young deal before it even happened, and that's probably the highlight for me in terms of funniness. But what about you guys? What are you saying?
My Oasis joke.
That should not have been as funny as it was. It was a terrible joke with the greatest respect.
It's not. I'm screen recording your laugh just so you remember it forever that you laughed at that really shit joke that a million people have made.
It was terrible. It was funny. It was one of them ones.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not really been. I've just sort of enjoyed it. I mean, it's just sort of. It's just been chill.
We had anything. Actually, I really like Charles' comment of if Omar Bogle's your standout signing, something's wrong. I found that quite funny.
I will. Yeah. I mean, I was doing that. I was sort of worshipping it.
That's why I was laughing. I was in backstage pissing myself because you were doing that.
Yeah. Waking up.
It just seemed stranger to me that the first half of the not the first half, but from 7:30 to 9:30. Seemed to be, maybe it was because the activity came from 9:30 till 11:30, but the first half seemed to go slower than the second half of the window, I would say, of the deadline day itself.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I've just opened up the viewing, of course, for 2 minutes from ending the stream. As it shows on Twitter, and I don't know whether this is recurrent or whether it's live or whatever. I'd imagine it may be recurrent. 4,466 views on our first stream. That is unreal.
Absolutely mental, that. And it goes without saying, we should probably try and sort of look to wrap up now. Your support's been terrific. From everyone, for the fact that that we've got this, and like I said, we have mentioned it's the first time we just
that includes all the YouTube ones as well. Unreal.
It certainly won't be the last either. I'm pretty confident about that. But it is getting late. It is match day tomorrow, and you can obviously follow all our the Twitters are dead. The League One guys as well, they do a terrific job. Make sure you go and follow them at League One Lowdown. I mean, me, Kieran, and Jake obviously do Fourth Tier Fever. We'll be back again for another episode on Sunday.
And considering you can't follow the Natter account, well, you're not supposed to follow the Natter account because it's not a National League window. I'm gonna plug my own social media a little bit because I think I deserve that tonight. So if you'd like to follow me on Twitter personally, my Twitter is @AaronDiskin1 on Twitter. And yeah,
Brian, you should have removed him right then and there as he was about to say the username.
We've got plenty more stuff coming. Oh, wow, Ryan! Wow, Ryan! You know what? That is a highlight of the stream right there. And with 30 seconds left,
yes, we got the moment.
With 30 seconds left, we have been the Deck UK. Make sure you follow us everywhere. This has been the end of the summer transfer window. And until January 31st, the window is done. And we will see you from next week for podcasting. Good night, everyone.